Okay, okay. Okay. Welcome to today's stream. We're gonna be playing some Elden Ring, but first we're gonna look at this Brent post. You wanna switch that over? So I actually saw this part post. You wanna switch that over? So um so over. So I actually saw oh fuck, I did say I was gonna do that. Whoops. Can I not go to the whole post? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Okay, so I'll save this for later. So I actually saw this part, like drawn on Brent's story. I don't think I took a screenshot of it, but now I don't have to. So, and then later on, I actually got a notification from my Instagram account about this post. Well, more or less about this post, right? So first we have a gate number 50. There it is. Okay. 53. And then you can see by the caption it says the gates, right? I'll get to that in a second. Okay, we have this one right here. And then we have the zoomed in, right? You can tell this is going to be like a really long panel too. Then we have this one, right? Gate 19, and then you can see this one's cut off right here. And then we have also the zoomed in one, right? And then we have gate 76, right? And then you can also see it's cut off right here, but the beam goes past it, right? This is also zoomed in, and that's pretty much it, right? Oh wait, you know what? Let me number 53. And then you can see by the caption it says the gates, right? I'll get to that in a second. But we have this one right here. And then we have the zoomed in, right? You can tell this is going to be like a really long panel too. Then we have this one, right? Gate 19, and then you can see this one's cut off right here. And then we have also the zoomed in one, right? And then we have gate 76, right? And then you can also see it's cut off right here, but the beam goes past it, right? This is also zoomed in, and that's pretty. I want to stop by and drop my like before I went out to eat. Hey, W eats, W like, W support. Make sure you eat for me too, man. Just get like a side of like fries or something for me, you know. And then like eat like I want to say like 8 of them specifically, and then be like, this is for Jay with each bite. Much it, right? So these the other day, okay, wait. So these so the so the other day um most definitely. So the other day Brent was on Discord. Now I'm actually not on Discord as much as I used to be, but I have people who are on there enough to know what Brent may talk about, what Brent may say, you know. Speaking of, shout out my nigga Naoni right here. Go ahead and like that comment. Shout out my nigga Naoni right here. Go ahead and like that comment. I have people who will inform me on what Brent. My nigga Naoni right here. Go ahead and like that comment. I have people who. I have people who will inform me on what Brent informs the masses, right? And so I was told that he brought up a couple. What I might do with this actually, because I really don't like when this is here. The other day, Brent was on Discord. Now I'm actually this one, right? Gate 19, and then this is also zoomed in, and that's pretty much it, right? So the other day, I might do like a. Let me know how y'all feel about something like this right here. Anybody watching? If I do this, hit the blur. Pretty sure it's the dude. It's not the dude. It's not the dude. The lady. And then we go here. I want to keep the same consistency, so I want to do the same profile picture, and we'll do that. Yeah, and then we'll put it like right here like this. And then, yo, can you relax? And then we do 80% like that. So the other day, I'm actually okay with this being a little bit bigger, not gonna lie. The other day, Brent was on Discord. Now I'm actually not on Discord as much as I used to be, but I have people who are on there enough to know what Brent may talk about, what Brent may say, you know. Speaking of, shout out my nigga Naoni right here. Go ahead and like that comment. I have people who will inform me on what Brent informs enough to know what Brent may talk about, what Brent may say, you know. Speaking of, shout out my nigga Naoni right here. Go ahead and like that comment. I have people who will inform me on what Brent informs the masses, right? And so I was told that he brought up a couple things, but in relation to this, I'm going to enough to know what Brent may talk about, what Brent may say. I have people who will inform what Brent may talk about, what Brent may say, you know. Speaking of, I don't like that these repeat. What Brent may talk about, what Brent may say, you know. Speaking of, Shout out my nigga Naoni right here. Go ahead and like that comment. I have people who will inform me on what Brent informs the masses, right? And so I was told that. So let me actually go back. Oh, guess I'll just keep the. I was told that he brought up a couple. And so I was told. Maybe I should do it like this. What's up, Klebs? Go ahead and like that comment. Doing pretty good, man. What Brent made. I had 8 chicken tenders. Probably gonna have burgers for dinner, you know. Speaking of, I don't really want these parts right here. I have people, and so I was may say just doing a little bit of pre-stream editing. I forgot that I was what's up, Naoni? I forgot that I said I was gonna look at that that theory about Minamoto and Elon Jr. So when we get to give me like it'll be like 11, give me like 11 more minutes of like editing, and then we're gonna switch topics, and then after that we're gonna get into the reading, right? But I'm just doing some pre-stream editing, you know, or some on-stream editing. A little pre-stream, a little bit of, you know, before we get into the main topics. May say. And so I was told that he brought up a couple things, but in relation to this post, Brent said that they invented warp travel, okay? So that means that these gates, as said by Brent in the caption. Okay, let me know how y'all feel about like going from this visual, and that's pretty much it, right? So the other day to this, is that okay, or y'all want like, would y'all rather go from this visual the other day to like leaving it on the screen? I thought I liked this. I thought I liked it like this before, but now that I'm looking at it, I kind of don't. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of don't like it. Or actually, would y'all rather have, instead of that, would y'all rather have me put this image up here instead and like zoom it in? I don't really like how far I'd have to scale that. That kind of sucks. But would y'all rather do it like that? Would y'all rather like see it like that, I guess? Like have it kind of slowly go up as opposed to just sitting on the screen right here. Let me put it right here. So like it goes from here to this, or goes from here to this. I think this is better. This kind of looks stupid. Y'all let me know something. To this post, Brent said that they invented and so I was told that he brought up a couple things, but in relation to this post, where would I end that? Zoom in most definitely. He brought up a couple things, but okay, so I think I want to cut that here. So then if that's the case, I would take this, put this here, delete this, bring this here, and then this would go like from like the bottom, out there, right here, to like, that's too high. That's too high. To like maybe like right here. And let me see how that looks. May talk about what Brent may say. And so I was told that he brought up a couple things, but in relation to, yeah, and then it would transition things, but in relation to this, stop, and then it would go like that. Okay, so that's good. I'm gonna leave that right there, come back to that later. And if that's the case, Discord as much as I used to be, I can actually edit this down here so that the audio parts are shorter, right? On my Nara shit, showing y'all the process a little bit. Nara more tedious though, but he also uses Adobe, but I don't have that, so you know. But I also like the way CapCut visualizes these things. Like I get to see the audio part, but also in relation to like the video. It's not that crazy, but I do like the way it looks like that. may say. And so I was told that he brought up a couple things, but in relation, and then this would zoom like that, and then we would take this, shrink that, see how that looks. It may talk about what Brent may, that's fine, and then we drag this forward. Okay, in relation to this post, Brent said that they invented warp travel, okay? So that means that these gates, as said by Brent in the caption and on the images, are likely portals to various locations around the world, right? Are likely, I might cut that there. Let's keep going. Portals to various locations around the world, right? And considering the state they are in, right, in terms of it being a war, that kind of makes sense. It allows everybody to get to certain locations. Okay, so what I can do, images are likely portals. What I can do is I might transition this here. And on the images are likely portals. And on the images are likely, actually, you know what? I could, okay? So that means that these gates, as said by Brent in the caption and on the images, are likely, I could even cut it here. And so we could see like, it's like do like this one. And then I could zoom this in and we could have it at the top. Okay, that's too far. Like right here in the caption and on the images are likely portals to various locations around the world, right? How do we feel about that? I think I like that. And let's just have it zoom like down just a tad bit. And then I want to throw the transition right here. Just like compound. That's not gonna work. Okay, hold on. In the caption and on the images are like, okay, I think that works the way I want it to various locations around the world, right? And considering this, okay, I think I like the way this works. One thing I want to do is, I know in a lot of the videos that are kind of coming out, it's just this like still image from the stream. And I did it, I think I'd do it a little bit more in like some of the later videos that will come out, but actually that's not true because I even did it with the Andrea videos. So like I want to leave less of this this image right here, especially if they're like GIFs right here that just play on repeat. I want to do less of this image, and I want to do more of the sort of overlay that I always do with all of my videos, right? So that it just has a better visual appeal, because part of the stream segments outside of me like showing panels like this or like the last time or like I think 2 streams ago where I was like doing something for Nara and I was able to like go get the visuals and show them on stream for the example and the talking points. It's mostly for the audio. I do it a lot more for the audio so that when I do convert them into videos, I can more easily translate what I say to the visual that I want to place, right? Essentially doing, like I said, I think I said before, a live version of like a discussion video that I would normally just do by myself without doing it live, right? And I would just take that audio clip, pure audio, no visual that's attached to it like these, and then just clip something over it, right? So what I want to do less, or I should say what I want to do more of is like this overlay right here to where the visual of it looks a lot better and it's a lot more seamless and like more appealing as opposed to just you watch a video and this is all you see on the screen, because this is lame, it's a little bland, and even the way it looks, it's not like it's high quality. So even if you wanted to read any of these comments, it's a little fuzzy when you actually like see it zoomed in. Like this isn't how it will look on your phone, so you don't want that on your screen. And then plus, like I said, the GIFs get a little annoying to look at even for me, so I don't want them to always be on the screen. So I think going from like this and on the images are likely to this. And then what I really like, well, I try to be as intentional as possible with the image. So like this is a good one to start right here, because when I say and on the image, with the image, when I talk about the gates, it shows up almost front and center, but literally just top corner, and then we slowly scroll to the image, right? Locations around the world, right? And then since I like to have the image, or since I will have the image over it, I can clip some of this empty space on the audio areas, right? And get to the actual talking point. And considering the world, right? So I'll cut this, and I'll delete this whole thing and drag it forward. And then, of course, I'll keep this going, but now we can drag this all the way here, right? Because we know this entire section is just all for audio purpose, no visual, so I can have something right over it, right? And considering the state they are in, right, in terms of it being a war, and what I'm looking for right now is the kind of point where I can transition this back into this footage, right? Or that kind of makes sense. It allows everybody to get that. That's what I'm looking for right now. That kind of makes sense. It allows everybody to get to certain locations a lot faster. Especially like if you want to move, like let's just say this type a lot faster. Like let's just say this. So I think I could do this, and then especially like if you want to move, so like segments like these, I can just delete the whole thing because the thought doesn't finish and I start to say something else. So I can just delete this whole thing, drag this forward, and then what I can do is I can stretch this a little bit, put this here, and then I can delete this empty space and then attach these like that, because the clip transitions more or less fairly well, regardless of like the GIF, from the way my mouse moves, right? So if that's the case, we can drag this and bring this all the way here, click on that, and then put it all the way down, bring it like right here, like right there, drag this all the way here. Then we can a lot faster. Like, let's just say this type of thing also exists like on the moon base. It'd be a lot easier to get to the moon base than, you know, the normal means. However, they had to do that beforehand, right? So this is likely what that is. And based on this post, we already have 3 of them. We'll likely see them. Though, especially like the last 2, the way the panels are, like these are finished panels, right? So it could be us seeing them like in order of how they. And then the thing about, and I'm gonna have to switch gears. The thing about this part, and I'll actually just go ahead and just click these together because I like to do this as I go, and then we just fade to black here, fade to black there, just to make it easier. The thing about these sections, right, is since the video is moving, I try not to like clip any of it and kind of just let it play a little bit, right? Beforehand, right? So this is likely what that is. What I can do is, since not that much movement happens here, I can cut that section and make the audio shorter. And based on this post, we already have 3 of them. We'll likely see them. Though, especially, and then I would just I'll let this entire clip play out as it is until I get to like another solid, you know, plain area, right? So like maybe like right here. And the reason I think that is because Brent himself said that since they're at war for 7 years, there's some war. Yeah, so like if I get to like this solid place in the video right here where this visual isn't moving, I'll just throw on another visual on top of it. Like, so I'll probably put this right here, right? Like I'll probably put like that over it so that this can be zoomed in like that. And then we can go from like the bottom, we can go from like right here to the top. That's too far. Like right there, maybe. Maybe even like here, depending. It's like not, that's not bad, right? Something like that, right? But that's how I do that, right? Go ahead and take my headset off. I put this background music on for y'all. Go ahead and exit out of CapCut. Just a little bit of pre-editing. Just a little bit of pre-editing. All right. PreStream vibes. But let me also put my phone on it. I gotta pee more. Sweaty as hell, bro. Let me pull this up. Discord, bring this over here. And all right, so today's stream, of course, we're gonna get some reading done. But I saw a post on the theory channel on the Ordeal Discord that I was supposed to read a while back that I just never really ended up doing. So I thought, why not just discuss it on stream, right? So we'll look at that real quick. Do I want to put the whole thing on? For real, it's hot as hell today. Yeah, bro, I'm just beads of sweat just been rolling, bro. It's kind of disgusting. Not gonna lie, it's kind of disgusting. I'm a little disgusted. So yeah, I think I want to have it full screen. What temp for you? Maybe like 80 something. Okay, I lied. It's actually 91, but like I'm in the south, and then like my room just gets hot with my PC's in here, and I don't have like even when the AC's on, the PC just heats up the room, so it'll just be hot in my room. So like every time I stream, my room gets pretty hot. I saw something that might be able to cool my room down potentially, but that's to be determined until further notice, right? Do I have water? I have a fair amount of water. Let me drink some water right now, actually. Okay, let's get to this subject, right? So, shout out to Click. He's the original poster of this theory. With the title being Minamoto trains Elon during the time skip, all right? And he posted this at 11:36 p.m. last month on the 30th, right? Right. Yeah. It's actually kind of great. I thought it wasn't that. It feels longer than that. But anyway. All right, so Click says, with the 4 to 7 year timeskip coming in Season 4, I have a theory that Minamoto ends up training Elon Jr. after the events of Season 3. When Lewis Hemlock died, he passed on the ash of the fathers to Elon. Not only did Elon inherit the power, but it was also stated that the ash becomes stronger after every user's death. Because of that, it would make sense for Elon to need someone capable of helping him understand and develop the full potential of the ash. One thing that always stood out to me was when Minamoto first met Lewis. Minamoto specifically asked for Lewis and pointed out how similar their abilities were. Looking back, that interaction feels like it could have been foreshadowing. We never really got to see Minamoto and Lewis interact much after that, which makes me wonder if the comparison wasn't meant for Lewis at all, but for Elon. From a narrative standpoint, Minamoto is one of the few characters alive who specializes in creating and controlling advanced constructs. If Elon is now the successor to the Ash of the Father, Minamoto would be the perfect mentor during the time skip. Another reason this theory makes sense is the difference between Lewis and Elon. Lewis was trained during a time of relative peace. Elon is growing up during a time of war. Because of that, I don't think Elon will use the ash the same way Lewis did. Also, his ashen scars appear on his back biceps where Lewis's were on his lower back. I can low-key see him fighting similar to Veal due to Lewis fighting Veal and gaining knowledge on the fact that he can use his ash similar to how Veal uses his blood. I don't know why I put magic. Instead of focusing on support-oriented creatures and utility summons, I think Elon will develop far more combat-focused constructs. There's a couple things I agree with. There's a couple things I disagree with, right? You said 88 feels like 94 right now. I'm gonna fight somebody. You in a sauna. That's actually really funny. I don't know if chat's working. Oh, chat doing that thing where it don't want to show up, huh? Well, sure. Okay, starting from the top and just going down. It should be guaranteed 7 years. I'm not really sure where people or where I should say he got the 4 from. If anybody else agrees with the 4, I don't know where anybody got the 4 from. It should just be a. Oh, y'all can't hear the background music because I don't have it up. Sorry. My apologies. Let me lower just a tad bit though. I don't know where people got the 4 from, but it should be guaranteed 7 years. When Lewis Hemlock died, he passed on the Ash of the Fathers to Elon, which we saw. Not only did Elon inherit the power, but it was also stated that the Ash becomes stronger after every user's death. This is true, but like we don't know by how much, right? Let me go look at the panel specifically, so we can get a proper understanding of what's being told to us through the story, because that's what we really want to do. We don't just want to assume that much. We want to know for a fact, right? So if you open up episode 143, I probably won't show it, but I do have it on my other monitor here. I'll do it like this, right? Y'all know I'm not capping. In the funeral, I'm pretty sure it's Elon Jr.'s mother. Yes, she says, "With the ashes of the fathers builds in strength. With every passing, our family's power grows greater." So it says stated that the ash becomes stronger after every user's death. So it's not user, it's not when every user dies, it's when every member dies, specifically the male members, and the ash of them is brought into the talents, right? And we know that is true because Veal mentions the sturdiness of Lewis's ash when he fights him. Let's actually also look at that real quick. Too soon. Later than this. Later than that. Actually, it might not be that late. Maybe like 134. Let's put a ballpark guess at 134, right? Not there. It should be this episode though. Okay, so right here. Oops. Hello. Oh, it froze. There we go. Okay, so right here, Veal kicks the freaking gorilla away, and he says, "Very sturdy, but you are fighting to a pointless end." Blah blah blah. That's not important. That's also not important. Where does he say it at? It's where he mentions. Here it is. "I fought a former wielder of your talent over a decade ago. I do not recall the ashes being this heavy." That means that it's every male member who is brought into the talent. That's what builds the strength. That's what builds the sturdiness, right? Not users. The user as an individual can't really make the talent that much more stronger than it was prior. They can only potentially do that by discovering a means of using the talent, which Lewis did with Death Stance, right? So this isn't true. It's every male member that makes the talent stronger. However, we don't know by how much one individual adds to the strength, right? The strength of the talent, right? And we can kind of guess, actually. So I should say it like this. They all fought a Hemlock and wielder of Ash of the Fathers 10 years prior to fighting Lewis. He obviously beat him, right? Because now Lewis has it 10 years later. But Lewis is putting up a better fight against this weakened version of Veal, where the prior user that Veal actually fought, not only was Veal much stronger than the version that Lewis fought, the Ash that Wielder had was probably far less sturdy, right? So we have to take all of that into account, right? And then he asks Lewis, how, oh wait, he says, what does he say? He says, have that many people in your family died and been added to their number since then? Which means over the course of 10 years, enough male members of the family have died to the point where the Ash is that much stronger, right? And then we also have to remember that the strength doesn't just come from the Ash itself, it's also like the weight of the chi, which you could also translate to sturdiness, also comes from the memories of each male member, right? So it's not simply just Ash, it's also the memories being added to the chi itself, right? Which, so both of those things come into account, right? So with that being said, 10 years worth of deaths from male hemlocks, probably from ages like, I don't know, 10, 13 to like shit, like 30, 40, 50, right? Over the course of 10 years, an unknown but large amount of them have died to the point that the Ash is far sturdier from what it was, right? So again, I say all that to say that it's not every user that makes the talent stronger when they die. It's the clan and the men and the Ash and their memories as a whole that make the talent stronger, right? All those things are taken into account, right? And this is why Lewis can put up a better fight against this weaker Veal than even his predecessor probably could have, right? Especially when we take into account death stance, right? Keep going. Because of that, it would make sense for Elon to need someone capable of helping him understand and develop the full potential of the Ash. Now, yes, but also no, right? Yes, but also no. So, as we saw with like Bjorn and Shay, you don't need, or you could even take Leo and Azam as another example. You don't need to have the same type of talent or the same talent way of operating to be of help to a Kimyo. If you still know either how the talent works, like Andrea did with Shay, or if you're knowledgeable enough on talent, just simple grander talent operation to be able to help, right? So, for example, what we doing here? We looking at this theory, breaking it down. It's about Minamoto potentially training Elon Jr. during the time skip. I also did a little bit of pre-editing, in the pre-stream section, right? So, like with Leo and with Azam, Leo has a state and elemental talent. Azam has a haste type talent. Yet, Leo can still tell Azam that just because he's fast doesn't really mean much if you're predictable. And Leo can kind of do that because his talent at its highest form makes him that much faster as well. And he may have even fought people who were outright that much faster than him, right? So experience and seeing how different and various talents work, how various talent types act, plays into how well you can teach someone else, not just having the same talent type. Yes, having the same talent type does do a little bit more, like what we see with Bjorn and giving a hint to Tevin about high types being able to cover things other than themselves, the same way we also see with Minamoto and Lewis. Lewis giving him a similar hint, or Minamoto giving Lewis a similar hint of, and it's actually right here, I think. No, it's not. So in that same episode, though, Minamoto tells Lewis that to them, weight means nothing, right? So no matter how, light or heavy something is, the way their talent works, weight doesn't really matter, right? So yeah, so yes, Elon will need somebody to help him understand the full potential of his Ash, or how better to utilize it, but it doesn't need to be specifically Minamoto or specifically somebody who has the same talent operation he does, because Bjorn was able to train Shay in an elemental state type talent to such a high level, to the point that Ilios, to the point, I should say, to the point that Shay was now strong enough to enter Ilios's mindscape and then have a conversation with him, right? So we could say that we don't really know how much strength it takes for an Ilios user to actually talk to Ilios himself, but we know that Shay wasn't even using half of what he was when he met Bjorn. So by the time he created Tomas, he seemingly still wasn't using half of what Ilios actually possesses. So you could say he was only at a quarter use of Ilios in terms of potential, right? Or Chi, maybe that might be the same thing. It doesn't really matter. But Bjorn was able to take that and allow, let's just say, Shay to go from 25% to 75 or 80% of his total grander Chi because of the type of training he was doing. And then eventually that led to Shay talking to Ilios and going, and Ilios saying, I'll give you the keys to all of me, right? I will hold nothing back from you. Essentially saying, I will allow you to use the full extent of my power, right? Now, go back a little bit. Bjorn was able to teach Shay to not only keep his heat internal, but to also use less of his state, to maintain his state to a lesser degree, and then properly control it, right? But Bjorn has a high type talent, right? So even that little hint doesn't fully work with the way Bjorn's talent works. So he either has grander knowledge on state types as a whole, or he just has grander knowledge on the Ilios talent, right? Regardless of what you want it to be, or regardless of what you think it is, Bjorn can still aid Shay in growing through his grander knowledge, right? So it doesn't need to be Minamoto that will give him that sort of grander aid, right? It would be very beneficial, and it would be potentially better because they have the same talent type, or potentially the same talent type. We don't know Minamoto's talent type, but the same way of talent operation, I should say. But even Lewis can learn from, Vial, who should, in theory, also have a similar talent type, right? Yet, it doesn't fully matter if the teacher is good enough, basically, is the grander point, right? So, Elon can and may need somebody to help him properly reach his potential to actually be a viable asset in the years to come, but it doesn't need to be Minamoto or somebody who has the same talent type as him, because even somebody like Tevin, who trained with Lewis for who knows how long, especially over like an 8-month period, can see and understand the ins and outs of the Asher the Father's talent as well, right? And then on top of that, Tevin was able to discover and learn about Hisame. So if that same thing can occur with the Asher the Father's talent, then what's to stop Tevin from doing the same job that we could potentially give Minamoto, right? You know what I mean? Not to mention they're also in war, so you may say there may not be enough time for a GT to train somebody, but we can come back to that point later, right? Moving on. One thing that always stood out to me was when Minamoto first met Lewis. Minamoto specifically asked for Lewis and pointed out how similar their abilities were. Looking back, that interaction feels like it could have been foreshadowing. We never really got to see Minamoto and Lewis interact much after that, which makes me wonder if the comparison wasn't meant for Lewis at all, but for Elon. I'm not sure if I agree with that or not, because like, I do think that Minamoto would have asked for Lewis because their talents have similar operations, in the same way that Abijah asked to speak to Azam, because not only do their talents have a similar operation in terms of speed, but Abijah has history with the kidding user, right? The previous kidding user. So you might even say that maybe not Minamoto has previous history with the Asher the Father's user, but he may have heard about it, and so he would go, okay, I can kind of give this kid a hint, because our talents operate the same, right? I don't fully think that you could directly relate this interaction to Elon Jr. because, I mean, Minamoto doesn't know that Elon exists. You know what I mean? So it's not like and then we also don't know if the Ash of the Father's user can actively look back at memories, you know, of past users, which I think would be really important if they could. That way you could link this kind of thing to that. But if they can't, then this kind of hint is clearly directed towards Lewis and not Elon Jr., right? What you could do is that if that sort of hint was supposed to be for Lewis, then you could have you could have Minamoto say the same thing to Elon Jr., or you could also have somebody like Tevin do that as well, right? You know what I mean? That way, or I should say, not just that Tevin says the same thing that Minamoto says, but Tevin knows about it because Lewis said it to him, right? We need a way for the information to properly get to the character, right? Specifically through this means, right? Because if it's not a direct line, if Minamoto doesn't say directly to what do you rate Ordeal? Probably like a 7. If Minamoto doesn't talk to Elon Jr. directly, we need a sort of way to get that information to him that's not necessarily through the memory of his talent. And then I don't really think, I do think you could see it as foreshadowing, I will say that, but I don't think you can see it as foreshadowing for Minamoto interacting with Elon Jr., as opposed to it making a little bit more sense for Minamoto to specifically want and give that hint to Lewis, right? Because from what we know, Minamoto doesn't know that the Ash of the Father's talent holds memories, right? We don't really know if he knows that, and I don't think he would. So I think it would make a little bit more sense if he's like, oh, okay, our talents work similar. Let me give you a hint. Let me help you a little bit without actively training you up, right? In this dire time, right? From a narrative standpoint, Minamoto is one of the few characters alive who specializes in creating and controlling advanced constructs. If Elon is now the successor to Ash of the Father, Minamoto would be the perfect mentor during the time skip. I do agree. Talking about a theory from Discord. Oh yeah, I said that. I do agree with this. Like I just said a few minutes ago, I do think having the same talent type, specifically if you're a good teacher, having the same talent type does allow for better teaching, but it is not the end all be all, right? Bjorn can probably teach Tevin better than he can teach Shay because they have the same type of talent, but Bjorn is still a good enough teacher to be able to help and train up Shay just as good, right? But again, I do think, and even you could even take that into Lewis's fight with Vayal, where Lewis is able to learn from Vayal the moment he gets actually damaged and injured, right? Seemingly because they have the same talent type, or because they have the same way of operation with their blood and ash coursing and actually being in their bodies, right? So you could also take that into account, right? But I do agree with this. I do think having the same talent type or having the same talent's way of operation allows a teacher to teach a lot better than, you know, having a different talent type, right? Another reason this theory makes sense is the difference between Lewis and Elon. Lewis was trained during a time of relative peace. Elon is growing up during a time of war. This is true, and Brent directly said this to me as if like it's supposed to mean something. So I do think this point right here will come back into play with how Elon fights and how Elon showcases himself. I'm pretty sure I said that in the Elon Jr. video that's out. I think I mentioned Brent saying it to me. So I do think that there could be, or it's highly plausible, that the fact that Elon Jr. is growing up and learning how to use his talent in a time of war makes it a lot different than how Lewis will use his talent, or how much stronger Elon could be and how much more skilled Elon could be, and as opposed to how Lewis was, right? And because of that, I don't think Elon will use the Asher the same way Lewis did. Also, his ashen scars appear on his back biceps, where Lewis's were on his lower back. Um, as of right now, I don't really think where the scars appear mean that much. In my opinion, I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Until it's either stated or it's heavily implied that there's a reason for it. It could just be somewhat random, like, you know. I I don't think it makes that much of a difference as of right now. Um, I also agree that I don't think Elon will use the Ash the same way. I'm almost hoping for it, but I'm not entirely sure if the direct reason for that will be how they were raised. It could be, but it also might not be, right? Like, well, actually, I gotta take that back. I should say I do agree, because if we take like Leo and Shay as an example, the way they were raised and the way they were trained does directly reflect in how they use their talents, right? So I do have to agree, because it's just a fact, right? So um yes, this is true. This is true. I can low-key see him fighting similar to Veal due to Lewis fighting Veal and gaining knowledge on the fact that he can use his ash similar to how Veal uses his blood. I still don't know why he put magic right there. Um, I'm not entirely sure if I agree with that, because I mean, Lewis. I'm not saying Lewis and Veal fought similarly, but like, if we look at how Veal fought Bjorn in the way how Veal fought Lewis, Lewis kind of fought similarly to how they all fought in season 2 against Bjorn. Just, it might just be a simple means of how range control users might just use their talent. Even Minamoto does the same thing kind of with when he attacks Hanjiro. He has summons and he has an actual weapon himself. I don't think I don't think I don't think Lewis fighting Veil that way specifically is the reason that they'll fight differently. It's already like semi implied that they already kind of fight with like a form of aid in how their blood, or I should say in how their talents matter, can be formed and shaped, right? So I do think Elon Jr. has more potential to be a close quarters combatant, and he has more potential to be better at it than Lewis did, because of the way we saw Lewis initially use his talent at the start of the series. But it makes a lot more sense for um, Elon to kind of do the inverse, I guess. It makes a lot more sense for him to be better at close quarters, whereas range is sort of like a backup, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, I can low key see him fighting similar due to Lewis fighting Veil and gaining knowledge on the fact that he can use his Ash Summit too. Yeah, and then again, like, we don't know if Elon can even see the memories of Lewis. I think you can imply he can, but we don't technically know if he can. So you can't properly translate that, because even Tevin wouldn't have witnessed how Lewis fought against Bayal, and there's nobody else to really like help Elon understand how Lewis fought Bayal, for him to actually learn from that experience and learn from both parties, right? So this isn't a it's not a good point, because unless Elon can see Lewis's memories and how he fought, there's no way for Elon to gain that knowledge and then impart that and take that and make it his own, right? There's just no way, right? But again, as I said, I'm not saying they all fight similar, but they all do. Like, they all has a melee weapon. We saw Minamoto form a weapon, and when we also know that even in season 2, Lewis started to use a weapon. So having a weapon plus creation is like a range controlled, seemingly, way of fighting, right? So I don't really think, because Lewis fought like, because Lewis fought Veal, and because Veal has been fighting this way the entire time, that you would want to say that Elon is gonna fight like that. It's more so that this is a consistent thing amongst all the type of people who have similar talents, ways of operation. So, however, it does make more sense for Elon to be a little bit more hands-on with how he fights, because that would improve upon how Ash of the Father's users even use their talent to begin with, because close quarters combat, even in season 1, was semi-stated to be a weakness of range control users. So they would all need a way of fighting close quarters more confidently, which is why we see Minamoto rush in with his creations, and he has a sword, which is why we see Veal constantly use katana in conjunction with how his talent works to throw off his enemies and almost nearly one-tap them, right, with a simple cut, which is why we see Lewis start to use a lance, and even in Death Stance, he has that sword, right? It's just better for them because it makes up for a weakness, right? So if Minamoto were to train Elon Jr., but again, it also doesn't have to be Minamoto, it could be Tevin, I feel like they would want to capitalize on learning and teaching him, I should say, just teaching him how to fight comfortably close quarters, because that's how most fights in Ordeal even happen in the first place. Most fights are kind of up in your face to some capacity, right? Even somebody like Jose fighting Shay, at some point Jose did start to engage him more physically, right? So at these characters are just gonna have to learn how to fight more comfortably close quarters, unless their talent is so overwhelming at a distance that it doesn't really matter. But even the characters who are like that, i.e. Veal, i.e. Minamoto, have shown themselves to actually get in their opponent's face, right? And then he says, instead of focusing on support-oriented creatures and utility summons, I think Elon will develop far more combat-focused constructs. I do agree with this, and it's not even just like I agree with it. I was already hoping for this because I think it would kind of fit a lot better with how I want Elon Jr. to fight. I want him to be more physically capable than his cousin was in terms of close quarters. So I just think that summons that focus like that are more like what we see with Minamoto versus animals makes a little bit more sense, right? But also, we don't even know why this nigga Lewis was summoning animals to begin with. Like, and that's one of those character things where it's like, it would have made a little bit of sense for us to kind of see, like let's just say when we actually were introduced to Lewis's wife, right? She, instead of saying silent, she makes a comment about Lewis always loving animals, or makes a comment about Lewis always liking dinosaurs or something along those lines, always liking mythical creatures or whatever you want to say, right? That way we can translate it more properly to why Lewis prefers to make like animals with his talents, as opposed to somebody like Minamoto who's making these Ash samurai like soldiers, or fucking Veal who just basically creates living veins of blood, essentially, if we're being honest, outside of the actual physical Dothanil summon, right? He's just creating big ass tendrils of living blood, right? So if we take that, and if that were to be true, it would make sense as to why Elon Jr. wouldn't then use animal creations, right? Why he would use maybe something more soldier adjacent to Minamoto, or considering he will be fighting alongside his family members, as opposed to what we actually see with Lewis, who kind of shouldered the burden of fighting by himself. It may make a bit more sense as to why he would use more physical summons and more summons that would actually aid and properly fight alongside his members, right? Because he's seeing how they are fighting, so he's creating things that are playing off of what they're doing, right? And I kind of allude to that in the video that's out about him. I kind of allude to that concept with like maybe like the Ash skeletal samurai type of summons, right? I think that kind of fits, but we don't really know just yet. We don't really, or we can't really make any good guesses just yet. But we can also take this part right here. I think Elon will develop far more combat focused constructs and relate it already back to Elon growing up during a time of war. I just think naturally, I think more naturally, it makes more sense for the summons he does make to even be, let's just say they were still animal related, right? It makes a little bit more sense for them to be more aggressive in nature and in operation than more passive and support oriented, because we don't have time to be like trailing our toes on in the sand, bro. Like, it's either do or die. So when he creates something, it needs to be something that's gonna hit hard, that's gonna do damage, that's gonna take out his opponent, right? So let's just say he made like a pack of wolves, right? Crazy reference. Let's just say he made a pack of wolves. It would make sense that the wolves, the way they operate, they are hunting and like hunting in a group and allowing stronger opponents or even larger numbers to be taken out and cleared a lot easier, right? Um, as opposed to creating horses and creating like gorillas who can support him, and like pterodactyls who can support him and create openings for him. It makes sense for him to summon and create creatures that will fight more offensively and more directly, right? You know, um, Brent's leak tree. You can also go to the I think it's the bio section on my channel. Do you want like a more immediate type of thing? Be like right here, right? Right there. You see? This link should work. If it doesn't, try the one on Brent's Instagram. Do you think the remaining Cubs would also train with Elon? The only ones I think that would train with Elon actively is Anton. Wait, no, not Anton. The only ones I think that would train with Elon actively is Tevin and Yukiko. It doesn't really make that much sense for Anton to be a part of Elon's training because he has a pretty important job now. Azam is just doing whatever he is doing by himself. Obviously, Shay's not around, and Andrea's with Shay. So even if somebody like Andrea could also aid in Elon's training, she's just with her fiance. So the only people who could aid in his training would be Tevin. If you really want to say that Anton is present, you can. I just don't think it makes the most sense because he's ahead now, so he has to do more and deal with more important things. And then Yukiko and him are in the same boat to where they are now having to grow up and understand their talents. But it's good, they can kind of play off of each other in a way. So, Elon, and we know Yukiko uses katana and her broadsword, so it'd be good for Elon to see and fight and train and spar against somebody who uses those weapons, who fights close quarters. But Elon would be on the other end, and he might practice his ranged combat and then realize that ranged combat is good, but when she gets in too close, I'm screwed. So then he would, kind of take a page from her book and start to train with a proper weapon. And you could even say that Tevin, who would likely oversee this type of thing, would suggest something like that as well, right? And then you could, on the other side, you could have Yukiko realize that Elon Jr. has very good range combat. So let's just say if she's not at a proper distance, the same way Sabito was able to send a large ass ice shard at Kaguya, or that smaller ice shard at the unknown enemies, and it burst and killed them, she would take a page from Elon Jr.'s book and go, okay, he has really good range combat. If I'm too far, I'm at a disadvantage, but when I'm really close, I have a better advantage because of how she fights, right? So she would take a page from his book, and then it would go from there, right? So it'd be really nice if they did train, if that is how that went, they kind of played off of each other to a certain degree, not fully, but taking the positive sides of each other and then adding it to themselves, with Tevin even suggesting these things, because Tevin, he don't even got a range related kit at all, but considering he can make one, it makes sense, but he's already physically capable in close quarters anyway, so he would likely suggest that Elon take up a form of weapon or get proper, physical training and hand-to-hand already, right? So that feels a little proper, but then you can, like I said, you can have them play off of each other, and then his talent is already more range oriented. You could have that come into play with Yukiko, her, doing something similar and, creating like more ranged, and we already see her do that more or less, right? When she fights the whatchamacallit, and when she fights Tevin in the practice, right? So she's already doing that, but you could have her look at Elon and see excuse me, and see how well he does it naturally, and then have her adapt it a lot better, right? You could do that. But yeah, do the Dylan Harper method. Don't even let him fight at range until he's super comfortable up close. That's actually really good. Really good. I would genuinely hope that Tevin does that, because we literally saw in season 1, not that Lewis was shut down when what's his name got too close, but it wasn't that good for him when Cass got that close. So, and I also said something like that in my Elon Jr. video, where I'm kind of hoping he takes a more physical approach to fighting, and then range is more secondary for him, right? So yeah. Wait, like, because of the name, it will make sense for his constructs to be humanish instead of animals for Lewis. That's what I'm saying, bro. I've been on that shit since like before season 3 came out. I'm thinking that we might see Lewis form some like ash skeletons, and I think I said it in the Elon Jr. video. If I didn't say it in a different video, it would be really nice if some of the ash creations, if they were skeleton or humanoid, actually took on the visages of previous, or I should say not even previous, or of dead Hemlock members. I think that'd be really fire, bro. So even if we don't see Lewis actively present because he's dead, right? One of the Ash soldiers kind of resembles him, and then we could also have that same thing with his father, and so it shows that, yeah, they're dead, but the same way we see them at Lewis's funeral, kind of sending him off and showing that they're still there in active combat. If we see him do the same thing Minamoto does with these smoke soldiers, right? We could see 2 specific Ash creations made with sort of the images and visages of his father and his cousin, almost on purpose. It would also be kind of cool if it was more of a passive thing that kind of happened, but it doesn't really matter, right? And then you could also have those same creations if Elon Jr. is going to take a more physical approach to combat. Lewis used his lance, and his father has a katana, right? Both made of ash, both very sturdy, right? And so now we have this really strong version of Elon who has 2 summons, I'll just say, who has 2 summons, who he's like essentially very close with, and are more likely to aid him than, I guess, another visage of a summon, right? And they have weapons, and now it's a crazy 3v1, right? As opposed to him fighting like Lewis, where yes, he uses his ash at range and in conjunction with his attacks, but the summoning is kind of more prevalent, and the physical aspect of the summon is more prevalent as well, right? Y'all answered that one. Lewis making the most random shit: Ash Gorilla, Ash Velociraptor, Ash Giant, Ash Dragon, Ash Hydra. What the fuck is this? This is the theme. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't really know where he got that from. I'm not really understanding that. He just kind of was like, fuck it, we ball, I guess. Anton popping once a blue moon. I can see that, but also I think I'd like it more if he wasn't around, if I'm being honest with you. Or yeah, I think I'd like it more if he wasn't around. I think it'd show how busy he actually is and how important his job is, as opposed to him even having time to show up, right? Like he a FaceTime warrior, so like let him FaceTime them. You know what I mean? Let him do video calls, right? I think I like that a little bit more. Ain't that part of his contract that he can excuse himself if it has to deal with the Cubs? You know what? That is true. That is true. I forgot about that. So, shit. I mean, but it also depends on how it, because like they're progressing into war, and apparently they've been warring for 7 years. So it's like, and then again, he's ahead. So I feel like, yes, we want to use his ability to kind of move freely regarding them, but at the same time, he shouldn't just always be gone. Like he should also be there and like actually contribute to decision making, especially because he disassociates, and according to Aldrich, he does that and it gets the job done. So I would love to see more of that, where he's like, I just got back from, talking with Tevin and Yukiko and Elon, but fuck, shit getting real bad. Or like, it would be really nice if like we see a moment of him like laughing and joking with like Tevin and something like that, but then he has to step into his code head role and he's like, okay, yes, this is my brother, and yes, these are, children, but we need to get shit done. So like, yeah, he laughs and he jokes, but then he's like, oh, okay, he steps out of that variation of himself and steps into his code head role, and he's like, I need you guys to do this, right? And this is something super dangerous. And then, I guess the more family and Wolfpack Tevin wouldn't ask them, or Tevin or Wolfpack Anton wouldn't ask them to do something so dangerous or go to a certain place. But one, he trusts Tevin, and two, he knows that these niggas need to do something. Like, and you could also say that they might have the tools they need to get the job done more properly, right? So I think it'd be kind of nice for his character if he's like joking, laughing, hanging around them, and he's like stepping out of himself essentially and stepping into his proper leadership role, and he's like, okay, it's a great time, I love you guys, but you guys need to go do this, right? You need to do this, right? I think that'd be kind of interesting. I think that'd be good. I'm not sure how people would feel about it, but I think it's better than, I guess, like blank faced Tevin or blank faced Anton. Like he could be like the new Aldrich, show up when he got to deliver bad news and talk about important shit. And that's another reason as to why like season 3's end is so butt, because we don't know if Aldrich dies. We don't know who will be the new chairman, right? Like if he does die and it goes in terms of like, what is it, tenure, then it should technically be Joanne, the lady who makes the diamonds. But the way she talks and the way she moves, like, I don't think she should be the chairman. That don't seem like the smartest idea, right? And then the way Nico was with Aldrich, it almost makes it more sense for her to be with Aldrich because of how close they were and how often they were seen together in like a lot of panels. So she might have actually picked up a little bit more innate knowledge on how to run things than somebody else who might have been ahead longer than her. You know what I mean? But somebody like Anton, who's also new, he technically might not be the best at leading, but at the same exact time, and actually I could say that might be a reason that he's one of the few, he might be one of the few heads that's actually on the front lines and fighting, according to Brent. So because Anton isn't as good of a leader, or he hasn't been in his role long enough, he feels better actively fighting and actively supporting the people he is leading, right? I could kind of see that as well, right? But that's also why I wish the code head role for him was set up and like done better, because like he just kind of in the role and he don't really do anything, and then now it hardly really matters because he's fighting on the front lines anyway, right? And I feel like it makes sense considering how strong his talent is, but at the same time, let's just say they needed to use ordained judgment for whatever reason. If this nigga Anton is like halfway across the country and they let's just say they just destroy one of the gates, how them niggas gonna use um ordained judgment, right? Though, you know, if Nico's still around, that she should be able to fix that, considering how I think her talent works, right? But I digress. He could be like the. Oh wait, no, I just read that. Elon making a Lewis and his pops constructs with more care and durability feels like another disrespectful nod at Vial from the arrow to having two Dothan basically. What you mean? Oh, you mean like how they all summon two Dothan? Is that what you mean? Training against Kongs equals best close combat training for Elon? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think training against Kong is the best form of close combat training. I mean, we do see that Anton is pretty good at close quarters when it comes to like even against Tevin, right? But I'm not really sure if he's actually the best close quarters fighter outside of Shay. Cause like that just means that he's fighting somebody who specializes in one weapon and is really strong. But like he can do that with other people, right? Like he could do that with like you could almost say that same thing about Andrea, right? Because she specializes in one weapon, but like she can gain strength, and then she should be one of the better close quarters fighters because of how her talent works, which we even see kind of against Goro. So you could kind of say that same thing for her. So it's like I don't think he specifically is actually the best close combat training for Elon. I don't think that's how that works. Because I don't even think he'd be the best at close quarters fighting, technically. We about to see Boy King Ross, because no way Ross ain't have a kid for the sole purpose of replacing himself. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense if he doesn't have a son. Because we literally saw with his own father, who stated that Aldridge had a whole bunch of tutors, right? So it's like, how did you not do that yourself? How are you not preparing for your inevitable death, which is essentially what Adam was doing with Aldridge, right? Not to say that their family doesn't care about their children and their kids, and only operates from a place of duty, but like it's like it goes hand in hand almost. Like it goes hand in hand. Like they kind of tiptoe between the line of like care and duty. You know what I mean? And we see that with Adam and May, right? We see that with Adam, May, and Sabito. Adam has a duty to keep May, a very strong asset, under as a closely guarded secret. But as a father, he can't just keep her cooped up because he knows she hates it, right? So he enlists the help of a strong bodyguard in the form of Sabito, right? But at the same exact time, he knows her bodyguards are corrupt. So it's not just a form of letting her free and a form of, allowing her to actually see the world and, what's around her. It's also a test for Sabito, right? To replace the bodyguards who are not corrupt, right? So he's literally tiptoeing back and forth between a line of like, I have a sense of duty, but I can't just be a shitty father, right? Like I need to make sure my daughter doesn't hate me, but the people who are in place to take care of her want to kill her. So I got to make sure that they're gone, right? And then that mentality aligns with like Masato and the Heart Clan, because they're the bodyguard clan. So, and we see how ready Sabito was to lock in for his mission. He's like, let me know the assignment. I'm with it, right? I'm with it all. And then that kind of helps him kind of be a kid, because he's essentially training for his duty as well, but he gets to be around somebody closer to his age and they get to have a good time. And we see that at some point Sabito does enjoy it, right? Like, yes, we see his dialogue and how he's like very duty oriented, but the way he looks at May when she eats the ice cream, it's like he's enjoying a good time. Like, he's not mad that he's there, right? At least not completely, at least, or it like fades away over time, right? So I think Ross and, you know, that situation kind of shows that, or I should say Adam. I think Adam in that situation shows how like the Ross family has to like go back and forth between like what they need to do and how they want to do things, right? Because we even see that with Aldridge and how he can't do what he wants to do with the life serum, but he can kind of operate in a way where what he wants to do can still occur, right? If that makes sense. So hopefully that kind of comes into play with his son, or his supposed son, since he should have had a son. Hopefully we get to see like how he might have set up himself, or he might have set up his next of kin, while also like ensuring that he's not a shitty dad. And then we kind of see the same thing with like Aldridge's child, where Aldridge has a sense of like care for the people around him, but he also has to move in a certain way where it's like, if I don't move this way, you know, a lot of people will die, or if I don't move this way, then we lose in the grand scheme of things, right? Hopefully that consistent things happens, because I think it works pretty well. I think it's a good trait for them to have. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's really good. Yeah. I hope one of the flashbacks shows Yukiko formally establishing the Heart Clan again and gathering everyone in hiding. I don't think that'll happen. I'm not gonna lie to you. Brent was already iffy on the idea of them even regaining themselves. I think that question was more akin to at the end of the series, so I'm not really sure if he's even inclined to do something like that pre-official whatchamacallit, right? Pre-official time skip, right? And another thing about that is like the way that he set up what's his name? Johan. It's almost like, obviously Yukiko wouldn't know Johan existed, and obviously Shay wouldn't know Johan existed, but it feels like even Nico ain't care that nigga was alive, bro. Like the way Brent sent Johan up, it was like only the military and who he was with in Trinidad cared that he was alive, right? Because Lieutenant Anderson's like, he has no known family, so obviously he's one of the scattering survivors who it's just him, and you know, whoever he had is already dead, right? And then he just joined this military group and he's just been moving like that, you know, since the massacre. But it's like they don't really care about the remnants, you know, specifically Nico. It's not like Nico, or I should say, the way Nico operates, it's not like she actively cares about the remnants, even though she stated herself that they had a hope of reviving the Heart Clan, right? So it would be cool if they did, if he did that. I don't see it happening because of how he tends to just forget shit that he's stated prior, and like within the writing of the story. So we'll see. Would it be cool? I think it only be cool if they're useful. That's the thing. Like, it'd only be cool if we got like a bunch of fucking Johans running around. Like, because if we got a bunch of Nikos, then what's the point? Like, we just gathered a bunch of fodder niggas, right? But if we gathered some Johan niggas who really in the field like that, then that'd be kind of cool. And then I brought it up in the video that I just uploaded, shout out my members, where we could see named Heart Clan members that fought against like the Gaki when they were during the massacre. So it's like, it would be kind of cool if we saw Nico Yukiko actually acquire members who actually are strong Kimyos who survived the massacre, and not just a bunch of like helpless niggas. You know, you said they should be moving like the Greyhounds. I mean, only like a handful of them niggas were useful anyway. So if we get two humans like Johan and like them specific two that died in season 2, then I'm all for it. You know, obviously Brandon would be included in that. I'm all for it. But if we get a bunch of Nikos who just got supplementary use and only yap and give us information, and I don't want these niggas around, bro. They're not gonna do anything. I don't want them around, bro. I want niggas who are going to help, who are going to be useful. I don't want lore dumping ass niggas, bro. We got other characters who can do that. We got a bunch of characters who can dump lore on us. I don't want a bunch of Nikos running around who are stated to be useless as fuck. She got 2 statements of being useless in season 3. Not only can she not do anything while Hanjiro is murking her squad, she also doesn't have the sustainability and survivability to endure a god tier's level of radiation from Kofi. This bitch sucks. So if we just get a bunch of Kimyos and humans who are like that, there is genuinely no point in having these niggas around, bro. I swear. But if we get some Johan niggas, Johan was really like that, bro. For a human, he was with the shits. He knew Kimyo information about creation talents. This nigga had a knife. When they got too close, he pulled out the knife and he was finna stab niggas. Even tired, he fighting for his life, stabbing one of them nightmares, man. And then when he gets shot, he don't even feel bad. If we get a bunch of Johans, I'm with it all. But if we get a bunch of Nikos, leave them niggas behind, bro. I don't want to see them. Bring them niggas around when we want to rebuild the clan and repopulate and make the bodyguard clan relevant again, right? But for now, I'd rather the Hemlocks move like the Greyhounds should be moving, right? I'd much rather that, especially for how they're designed. I'd much rather that than bring a bunch of fodder niggas or no-name niggas in who not gonna really do nothing, right? Especially because they're the last remnants of the clan. It's almost better for them to like try and survive around the world than group up and try and fight, because them niggas are just gonna get blown back, bro. Like, they should at least, because the Greyhounds are stupidly better than Code. The Greyhounds is moving, bro. And I say the Greyhounds, but I specifically mean 4 niggas. I mean 4 people individual. Ian, Brandon, the nigga and the niggas with the bandana with the white hair, and the other nigga with the bandana. Them 4 niggas in the Greyhounds was moving different. I mean, yeah, we had like the sniper who shot at Ryu and the dude who had the grenade launcher who shot at Ryu. You know, yeah, they was there too, but they ain't get no shine. You know, they with the shits, but they ain't get no shine. So it don't really matter, bro. I don't want to see the Heart Clan adjacent niggas move like that. I need to see them move how them 2 niggas was fighting Drohime. But if they're not gonna do that, leave them niggas behind, bro. Leave them behind. I don't care for them, bro. I want to see some mid to high tier Kimyos in the Heart Clan, like how like low 150 or Titan General level, to show more how they were blessed, but it's not just GT level or ass. Yeah, I said in the video that I uploaded that we could have like 51 rank to like, I said 100. I think I said 197, but I like the number 75, bro. I really like that number. We get some like rank 60 to rank like 75 level Heart Clan members. Yeah, like, and then I compared it to a clan head so that we could have strong Kimyos who could essentially replace what a clan head would be in another clan, right? So imagine we saw how strong Lewis was at his level, right? But it'd be kind of cool if I don't need this much screen anymore. It'd be kind of cool if basically a Heart Clan member was also on that level, right? And could really realistically replace what or maybe even replicate what Lewis was able to do against Veil, right? Essentially. And then we could have that same kind of logic applied to other clan heads of other talents, right? Or of other families. Sheesh, I'm fumbling over my words. Are we not gonna mention the Gary Choi who did more than Fraud Haven? He shot one nigga in season 3. He didn't do shit before that. No, I'm not gonna mention him, bro. I don't want to mention him. No, I don't. I don't want to mention him. He shot one nigga one time. Brandon fought with Tevin against Ryu. He fought with him actively. Scarred him. Almost went out sad fighting that nigga, but he was in the field. Gary shot one dude one time and then died with everybody else. Them two niggas fought Jirohime for who knows how long and then sacrificed themselves to really kill her. That nigga Brandon been in the field so much. Brandon was in the field in season 1. Brandon was in the field in season 2, and we didn't see it, but he was in the field in season 3, clearing out the lower decks of the pirates, bro. Ian got sidelined season 3, but that's fine because we saw how he was moving in season 1 and season 2. I'm not gonna mention Gary. I'm not gonna mention Gary because Gary ain't been moving like the other Greyhounds. He ain't been moving like them. He not really moving like them until right now. And it'd be crazy if we didn't even see how he was moving. But them other niggas, bro, them niggas know how to move. Them niggas know how to be about action. So if we're not gonna have people like that, if we're not gonna have people like that, I don't want to see them. Keep them away from me. Cause you're gonna see in the review, I'm gonna say that these niggas are useless. The same way them soldier KCG niggas was useless when Sonya was fighting Konos and when she was throwing arrows at Kirito. And y'all remember when she had to build a forest to protect herself and hide amongst them branches, and she was getting and clearing 2 soldiers out of there? Yeah, them human niggas just be in the way, bro. So if we're gonna have niggas like that, get them out of my sight. And I'm gonna keep pointing out how fucking useless they are. I'm gonna keep doing it. But if we have people moving like Brandon, people moving like Ian, people moving like those 2 soldiers, nigga, even people moving like Johan, bro, I'm gonna applaud them because these guys are different. These guys are a cut above the rest of society. They know how to get shit done. They know how to lock in. And I love that because we are in war. We are at a period where if you're useless, you're gonna die and you're just gonna be fodder to the niggas who are trying to kill us. We don't need that right now. We need people who can zone in, play their role, play their position, and if they die, take out somebody else. That's what we need, right? Think about it. Wait. Give Trini 10 Gojo Gary's bullet, and he would have just soloed Juro. Brandon been in the trenches since he was a recruit. He really has. I feel like Kaguya knows where the remaining Heart Clan members are. I don't think he would, and I don't like if he does. What's up, Place? What's the word? I already talked about your theory. I don't hate it. I kind of like it, and I didn't give a final close actually, so I guess I'll make this part the final close. The theory has some merit, or I should say the concept has some merit, but some of the points don't definitively relate to Elon Jr. as a whole, because you can kind of replicate that with other characters in my opinion, especially characters that are more closely related to Elon, like Tevin, like Yukiko, maybe even Anton. So I do think it would be very interesting if like the God tier started to broke their rule and started to train specific individuals, maybe specific clan heads, maybe specific Kimios. But I don't think I fully want that at the same time. It would have been kind of nice if like that was more so the case for like Azam as like a preventative measure, but like it ended up kind of bad anyway, so it didn't really matter in the long run. I think that would have been kind of cool, but it doesn't fully seem that way. You could say that does apply to Shay, but like Shay's just an outlier, not just because he's the main character, but because his talent is so important that he almost needed to be trained to stand against somebody like Vale, which we see he does, you know. Um, it would be interesting if, like, let's just say Tevin was training Elon Jr., right? And then we saw Minamoto pop in either every so often or one time to give like a grand lesson, and then he never showed up again. I think that'd also be cool at the same time as well. But um, all in all, I think it'd be interesting if Minamoto trained Elon Jr., but I don't think it makes the most sense for him to be the sole or the only person training him, if that makes sense. What powers y'all think the female Hemlocks get? Whole bunch of nothing. The male ones don't get anything either, so they just be really good at martial arts and hand-to-hand combat like the other niggas, which we don't even see. So, or I guess I should say we will see, because the family's male-oriented, but there might be like a select few females who are just like that, which is kind of alluded to in the image, unless for whatever reason that one was transgender. It's kind of alluded to in the image, but like, not really that special. They're not like the issues where they actually get the talent transferred to them. They seem to like more so help out, and then there might be one or two who are really elite fighters, but it's not really how the clan works. So, you know. I think I finished this. Should be. Oh no. We have 75. Okay. But with that said, I'm pretty done with that section. Nice little hour. Technically an hour actual talk. And dissection of that subject with some added extra conversational points and tangents, right? I don't think I'll make that a video. I don't think I want to, if I'm being honest with you. I'll just leave that as like a stream talking point. LMAO Mina finna pop in and start talking about his lore just like he did Lewis. Honestly, and then like the way the teaser we kind of see, which I'll put on the screen real quick. Let me just find it. The way the teaser kind of is like there, that might actually be a possibility. Like that might actually like occur. Let me just find it real quick. I think it's this image right here. This image right here. So it's like, we know this is older Minamoto, and then we know this should be younger Minamoto. I don't know what this is. I think this says Leo fight. I think this is what this is supposed to say. So this is Minamoto immediately after, or like during, or like at some point when he got his eye taken. And if Brent is drawing these type of sketches, it kind of makes sense for us to either see the Leo fight, or for us to get like a small segment of it before it to relate to something crazy. So if Minamoto does interact with Elon, the same way he talked about Leo with Lewis, I could see him talking about Leo with Elon, especially if Tevin's also present, right? To where Tevin would gain that information as well, right? Seeing a sort of different side of his master, or maybe even Tevin is like, if that's how Leo was, maybe I should be like that as well, kind of thing, right? So it would do something for both characters, you know? So, and then let's just say he does interact with Elon Jr. by telling him of his past experience with Leo. We could then potentially see Elon Jr. take a sort of move or way of fighting specifically from that past that flashback, right? That story, right? And make it his own, or do the same thing, right? I think that'd be cool as well. But the way these are drawn, I think you could kind of infer that he might either tell this story to someone else, or we might just see it because of whatever reason. Not fully sure just yet. I'm not gonna lie, his eye looking kind of far off in this panel. It seemed like it needed to be like a little bit closer, but I don't really care. I'm not an artist. But yeah, with those subjects out the way, I'm gonna go ahead and transition to this this what is this story called? This Twin Star Exorcist reading for today. Let me take a sip of this energy drink. Shout out Bloom Sparkling Energy, Shirley Temple flavor. Delicious. Delicious. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that segment though. I don't usually look at other people's theories. Have I done it on stream before? Maybe? I don't know. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that segment though. I won't do that often because I don't like to dissect what people are saying. I just like to let people do what they do, mind my business, and just do what I do, and see what ends up being true when the stuff comes out, because that's ultimately what's more important. If like the theory, if the theory don't got no merit to it, and then it like ends up being false, it's like, well, you wasn't looking at the evidence right. But if it doesn't have merit to it and ends up being true, it's like, damn, you a really good guesser. You a really good guesser. So I just like to let like theories and things kind of sit by themselves and just kind of let the story prove what's right and what's wrong, right? But anyway, we on this Twin Star Exorcist chapter 75, A Trail of Blood. I'm pretty sure I didn't read this one last week. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I think this is exactly writing it off. I clicked on it and I clicked off the stream, so it should be where we are. Quick little recap. What happened? They didn't. Oh, so we saw the fight between Rokuro, Yuto, and Tenma. I think we saw Tenma lore, and we understand why he was able to use what is it called? Resonance, and it's because his power and his Shikigami come from the death and energy of past female twin star exorcists, right? So that's why he's able to use synergy, and he's like a stand-in for the Luna, aka Benio, aka the female twin star exorcist, right? So we understood that. We saw Rokuro and Yuto fight, and then when their power was drained, we saw them kind of keep going, and instead of just outright, Benio also showed up, which was great, and then we also got to see Kamui, who showed up, which was great. So Benio showed up. Her and Rokuro were using resonance to face off against Yuto. Even when sort of all their powers were kind of drained, Rokuro and Yuto kept fighting. And instead of just killing Yuto, which is the solution I would have went with, I would have killed the nigga, but that's just me. Instead of doing that, he essentially, in air quotes, saved him and purged him of his what's it called? His impurity, right? Essentially allowing him to kind of be brought back into the fold, more or less. More or less. And this is where we pick up. So what does that say? Taigetsuro, is that it's like the office type of place? Several days after the Basara incursion, Tsuchimikado Island Head Exorcist Union Central Office, that's what it is, okay. 25 with minor injuries, 11 severely wounded, 61 dead. The Exorcist Union, who at long last overcame the singularity. And then, we learned of the singularity, which is essentially just the looping phenomenon that the story kind of has, where a Luna appears, a Soul appears, aka the twin stars appear, they live, they fight, and then they die, and then it all comes back full circle again, right? Things keep happening in a pattern, but this time is different because, essentially Yuto exists, right? Yuto is the twin of the current female twin star exorcist, something that's never happened before. So we're thinking that this loop will finally be broken because something is happening completely differently, right? I think that's all with that. Okay, I am at a loss for words. We will not let the sacrifices of the fallen go to waste. No, they were not so much sacrifices as they were lives willing to stake everything for the foundation for peace. I like this dude's ability, I can't lie. I feel like I want to make somebody like him. Why you got all these girls, bro? You got something going on. It's something about you we don't know about. We must follow their will and move forward. Yes, sir. However, there isn't a single record of any battle beyond the singularity. Oh, right. So another aspect of the singularity, I think, is that the female twin star, aka the Luna, she either does or doesn't activate her power. Like she doesn't regain her ability to use um her 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 spirit energy, whatever it's called in the verse. And then I think the other niggas just die, and then like the cycle repeats itself. I think that's what happens, right? So the fact that the cycles repeat itself up until this point, but things are still progressing, shows that the cycle is sort of broken and things are going in a different direction, right? There's no longer anyone to guide us. We will definitely fulfill your wish, Arima-san. What's wrong? Sumiriko-chan? What a name, huh? You've seemed pretty gloomy lately. You can tell us if anything's bothering you. Well, wouldn't anyone feel uneasy thinking about what lies ahead? I thought that we, too, need to get a grip on ourselves more than ever. Yeah, that's right. At the end of that battle, Adashino Benio's enchanted power reading, there's no mistaking it. That was the reading of an impurity. Okay, so she gonna hold that in, probably tell somebody, and then it's gonna be a big conundrum, and then, you know, things are gonna happen. But let's keep going. What does this mean? Did the sensors malfunction? Not even Arata-sama nor the other members noticed it yet. I know I should have reported it, but it's terrifying. Did I possibly discover an incredibly harsh reality? Did I find out something I shouldn't have? Kind of, but like, just keep it to yourself for right now. Just who are you, Adashino Benio? Don't even worry about it. Welcome back, Benio. I'm glad they get to reunite, bro. I've been waiting for her to come to Tsuchimikado Island since we got to this point, man. More so since her training arc, her little side story adventure. I've been waiting for this forever, though. I'm home, Kinako. I've been waiting so long for this day to come. Shit, me too, man. I'm sorry I made you feel lonely, and then the other members, they didn't die, which is really good. Her head shape is just so funny. She looked like an Angry Bird in the head. She looked like Arthur Pendragon from, is his last name Pendragon? From Fire Force? Is that his last name? It doesn't really matter. Let's keep going. I like his hat, though. He got a cool hat. Just the type of hat I would have wore as a kid in the wintertime. But let's keep going. I heard about what happened after we all left. You really are someone I am proud to call family. Hee. Alright, today we celebrate. I'm gonna give it my all to prepare an amazing dinner. Huh? Isn't that fanged brat... isn't Enmadu Rokuro with you? This thing in the hospital? Enmadu is... Why the hell am I still alive? Oh, he was supposed to die, so he's not dead. Which I did say in the last reading session, too. And why are you the only one visiting me? This nigga peeling, what, apples? This nigga done perfectly peeled the apple so good that the whole string of the skin is intact. What a guy. Ta-da! That smug look is pissing me off. Whatever the case, now is the time to focus on recuperation. Though it seems like you wanted to die in order to run away from another match with me. That's just too bad. Huh? Hey, watch it. Why the hell would I need to run another match with you? Am I wrong? You can't beat me in this life, so you'd rather choose death. You wanted to avoid resolving things, right? Why, you still don't know your place, do you? That's the spirit. Your little entourage is also awaiting your return. Oh yeah, his family members? In the aftermath of recent events, you escaped your deadly fate, which means you still have something you need to do. Ooh, good point. In other words, fate is telling you to live. W Lock-in face. Just shut up. Oh yeah, what happened to the twerp? Rokuro still hasn't regained consciousness. Oh, that's unfortunate. What? Kankuro-san says it wouldn't come as a surprise if he's just dead. Okay. It's only natural after overexerting himself twice in battle. He tends to do that, huh? Okay, we had the funeral grounds, or the graveyards. Her dad and her mother figure died. Tsuchimikado Central Cemetery. Oh, hello there. Zeze House grave. So, yes, what is it? That joint funeral service was a real shit show, huh? It's improper to speak of it that way. But, even when they say it's a funeral to honor those who died in the last battle, everyone mostly just cried, Arima-sama, Arima-sama. That's kind of funny. I get that he was a great person, but there were plenty of other people who died fighting too. So you wish for your own death to be honored on a large scale? That wasn't my point at all. At this rate, doesn't it just seem like everyone will soon forget all those who died? It doesn't matter to me either way. Huh? If we tried not to forget about the death of the most important person, then even when my time comes, I wouldn't mind if I wasn't remembered. I would be fine if I was soon forgotten after all. It would just be overwhelming when we are only faced with more sorrow. Well, damn. By the way, I saw your elder sister at the... What the fuck does that say? Ob obstetrics? Obstetrics and gynecology clinic? Wow. Essentially, she saw her at the OBGYN area place. The other day, the one who married into the Katsagi Hara family? That's a new one. Did she deliver, perhaps? Did she have a baby? You already know. Oh wait, you already know all that, huh? She gave birth to a boy 4 days ago at Mitosaka Hospital. Got you. I also heard that 2 other people are expecting next week. It hurts when we lose people. That's why we should turn our attention toward the joy of giving life. Okay? I mean, you know, the same day somebody dies, another baby is born. So it's like, you know, life just continues to cycle out. Let's not get too introspective. We're not fighting for those we've lost, but for the lives that are to be born into this world. Right. It's a good visual, good message. What the hell was that? God, that mindset is too damn sappy. Tell me about it. That sickeningly sweet idea of fighting for someone's sake is the very thing that drives people to their deaths. When will they come to realize it, I wonder? Right? Auntie Miku? Your death will not be forgotten. Oh, are those the members of the Zeze house? These niggas fashioned up. Look at this nigga fit. This nigga got like some fur on his... Oh, hell no. Let me keep going. True Megano Depth 1990. Okay, what we doing? Is that Benio? Oh, she's so locked in. Swordless Illuminated Sky, Dance of the Setting Sun. Okay, she doing her run around, kick niggas in the various areas technique. Wow, amazing. It's nice to have to do... Wait, it's nice not having to do anything. Kankuro-sama, don't be like that. Him being a part of the house is so funny. She always styling on niggas, bro. All together now, okay, with his little sword. Yes, sir. All right, they finna rush in. She's so dependable. But why do I have a bad feeling about this? Uh-oh, that's not good. I guess she's replacing Rokuro as the head, right? I think that'd make the most sense, I think. Yeah, I keep forgetting he's unconscious, even though we just saw it. She's now Ultra Vegito. That's funny. Woo! This nigga stay with this mask on, bro. So, we're the first ones in the bath, huh? Yep, I have a bad feeling about this. Sure, whatever that's supposed to mean. Is this like a... It's like a bathhouse? So this isn't at their home. Huh. I can feel my troubles melting away. I've never felt so alive. Hey, the bath looks empty, doesn't it? Oh, they don't have a shared bath, do they? Oh man, another rough day. Did you guys have yourselves yourselves down properly? Oh, that's his hose. Did you guys hose yourselves down properly? Oh, it's Mitosaka-sama. What's up? I can't relax at all. It's funny. I think these are the people from the Amawaka house? I think? These niggas got the same vibes as, I'll ever play, I don't know, maybe like Yakuza or something? Like, they just got like ruffians, like Japanese ruffian vibes. You know what I mean? They just come in loud as hell. These would be the Japanese equivalent of niggas, if I had to put it in a specific way. He said, imagine the water bill. Like, these niggas just come in loud as hell, you know? Actually, I'm not even gonna say niggas. Hey, anybody that speaks Spanish that ended up watching this, them niggas be loud too, man. And don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. I know niggas be loud, as a nigga myself. I know niggas can get loud, right? But fun fact, I knew my ex back in high school. And for whatever reason, her and like the 2 or 3 other people she would talk to in the classroom was small, by the way, not very big. Them niggas was loud as fuck. Oh my gosh, they were so loud. So it's like, you know, don't ever get it fucked up. Plenty different racial and ethnic groups can carry loud conversations and just be a little overzealous, and that's exactly what these niggas is on. And that's why them niggas talking about they can't relax at all, because now it's all loud and niggas in here fucking the vibes up. You see how they was all like calm and cool? They was calm and cool, and like now other people coming in and like ruining the calm and cool vibes. Okay, the men's bath has gotten pretty lively all of a sudden. See, look, just coming in loud, just talkish. Like, let's just chill in the bathtub. Let's just chill. I'm gonna lie, the eye patch is so tough. Ashino-san, long time no see. Look at them jealous because she got them big ones and they're small. Like, look at their faces. And she calm and cool because she got big ones too. Otomi-san, it has been a wow, I cannot read. It has been a while. We finally get to talk. Oh, and I go by Amawaka now. That's right. Mayura-sama, please do not fool around in public spaces. I'm sorry. Mayura-san, have you gotten bigger again? It's because I've been training hard every day. I wasn't talking about your muscles. Oh, this is a crazy visual. I see an opening. Who is that? Oh, that's her mentor. This is a crazy visual. This is the type of shit that give me copyright. She's like, gah! Look, now she feels violated over here. What on earth are you doing, master? And she laughing it off like, ha 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 ha. Oh, I forgot. This is her mentor too. Subaru-sama. Wait, Mayura-sama, are we under attack? Look at these niggas in the corner, like, ready to lock in for their head. Oh my, you have to be on guard, especially when you're naked. I agree with that sentiment, actually. Mitajima-sama, what are you doing to the head of the house? Wait, to the head of our house. Even if you are master and disciple, I cannot overlook this. Oh gosh, you're as uptight as ever. Okay, before I keep reading, this is a crazy visual. Before I keep reading, one thing I do like that this series does is right after like intense battles, it's like we properly segue into like a calmer, more, I don't want to say tranquil, but like more low stakes atmosphere, right? I think this series does it well, and I wish Ordeal kind of did that as well, especially before like the current season we're about to step into. I wish we got more sort of low stakes, calmer vibes before the sort of ramping up of things. I do think season 2 and season 3 have it, but I think it's because this series is already like at the point it is at 75 chapters with like a lot of information, a lot of things have already happened, to the point where it makes sense that we go from like a high stakes moment to a low stakes moment to a high stakes moment to a low stakes moment, like more often and more frequent, considering how like, even how many pages are in each chapter. Whereas it's not the exact same for like Ordeal, because I feel like at chapter, and this is a comparison I've been kind of wanting to make for a while, so I'll just leave it right here and I'll keep going. At chapter, or I should say at episode 75, and specifically let's just compare it to Twin Star Exorcist. Compare where we are in the series at chapter 75, where we are in the series at episode 75, and how much information is actually being shown to us, right? From those points on, right? Whereas a lot has happened in 75 chapters of Twin Star Exorcist. In that same vein, on the other end of things, it feels like not that much has actually happened when we got to chapter 75 in Ordeal, right? Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? It's like, I understand like Brent's kind of like, obviously Brent can't do 43 pages of Ordeal in 1 week, seemingly. I'm assuming this came out like every month, right? So obviously Brent can do 43 pages worth of information and like context and like relationship building in just 1 week, right? That's unreasonable. But at the same time, it feels like the amount of things that actually happen in Ordeal up until like chapter 75 versus like other series, it's just lacking, right? It's just lacking. And like let me pause. Like I said, I've been wanting to make this comparison for a while, because even at the end of season 3, obviously this doesn't even go to like it doesn't even go to like 160 chapters, right? We stop at 134, but by that point we should know everything we need to know about the series, right? But compared to like some of the other things I've been reading, and I'll just take a quick little pause right here. Pick Me Up. I love this series right here. I've enjoyed this series so much, right? So if we go to like chapter 161 for Pick Me Up, and again, it's the same thing where these have a lot more pages to them in comparison to what I feel Brent has for Ordeal, right? But the way Pick Me Up has like structured itself, we know a lot of information by chapter 161 in comparison to what we know for Ordeal in the end of this season 3 for episode 161, right? And I really don't like that we like are still asking some of these kind of basic questions, as opposed to it being properly written into the series, right? Like we as readers know how talent types work because Brent put it on Discord, and then I took that and I made a video out of it, right? But from an in-story standpoint, we only know how like certain types actually operate because of the way they're shown and not how they're actually explicitly taught to us, right? If that makes sense. So whereas like in this series, certain aspects of like the power system are directly explained through the main character, or from the main character to in relation to other characters, right? If that makes sense. But information like that is put into the story, right? Whereas that information is given to us from an outside source, i.e. the author with Ordeal. So that's kind of what I mean by how much information do we actually have, and how much about the story do we actually know from chapter to chapter about certain series, right? Because, and I basically binge read this, right? And I enjoyed almost every part of reading this, right? But we get a lot. Like, we learn things over time in such a way where it feels very natural. It feels very fluid. I don't think there's ever a point where it feels like too rigid, and I'm really asking, why am I learning this right now, right? I think the way it's done is pretty good. It might be able to be done better, but I would have to kind of reread it all to be like, this could have been done better. But from what I understand about the series right now, and where I'm at in it, I think they weave the structure of the series and what the information we get and how like the main character slowly uncovers things about the world really well. And so I wish that same kind of thing was done for Ordeal, to the point where all of the outside information we have and we get is just written into the story in a way where it feels natural and it makes sense for like certain plot points, right? Um like if I had to give an example, I think it would have been kind of cool if, you know, in season 2, and I'll probably use season 1 as another example. Season 2, where when actually I will use season 1 as an example. So Andrea mentions how state type talents work, right? When talking about Shay and how he's gonna use his state for the first time. So I kind of wish more of the like talent types and like how they work were talked about. You know what I mean? In relation to like certain fights in that like beginning areas of the story, right? So the way Andrea talks about states to Shay, I think it would have been kind of cool if Shay made a mention of like Rokash possessing a state, right? And what that does, you know, when he like talks to the other cubs, right? Before they fight him. Or the same way Cass mentions that Lewis is a creation type, the way he is, it would have been also nice if what a creation type was actually explained through Cass, basically, right? Is there another good example? I know we get like a glimpse and like a slight understanding of what a high type is at the very start with Tevin, but I think it kind of could have been reaffirmed with like Bjorn and Tevin in season 2, when Tevin is given the hint by Bjorn, we could have got a slight understanding of how the high type actually works, right? Right. I'm not saying it's fully necessary, but I do really wish a lot of the outside information we have on Ordeal was already written in the story, so that it's not that we are reading something and guessing and waiting for Brent to tell us something, or we're waiting for the story to tell it to us and then wondering if we're even going to get that information. I really wish some of that information was already readily available in the story itself, right? And that's why I make that comparison of like, what do we know by chapter such and such in Ordeal versus chapter such and such in another series? And I use Pick Me Up and I use Exorcist as examples, because we know a lot about the series. We know what the character's like goal is. We know a lot of like basic information. We know like power system stuff. We know like character information. And of course, like I said, there's a big difference in like the actual pages, because this is page 16 of 43, and I don't know how many pages Brent actually has consistently, especially now with like how season 3 worked. But I do wish some more of that information was kind of weaved more properly into the series. Like, it would have been kind of nice if when Anton shifted into Kong for the first time during the training arc, I think it was more stated what a shift talent actually is. Let me check before I probably say that, but I don't think it's like definitively stated. I think it's just kind of implied that he turns into Kong. Let me see. Right here. Okay, so it says Anton's talent practically has 2 parts. You know, the passive part where he creates unbreakable rods, but Anton actually has a shift talent which has its own talent. The rods. The shift talent that controls the rods is what you'll be witnessing today. He can use his shift's talent without its permission, but he avoids shifting because it's a bit untamed, right? So yeah, I think it would have been nice. Oh, let me see. Yeah. And then it says an ancient B shift who possesses his own talent, Kong's pride tree type. Yeah. It would have been kind of nice if in that little moment, a shift talent was explained from the description we got, you know, if that makes sense, I think it would have been a little bit better, right? Is that fair to say? Because like we understand what a B shift is. Like if you're not, you have two eyes and decent reading comprehension, you can tell what's happening here. But like I still think what a shift is as a whole should have been brought up here, and I think it would have been better for the series as a whole, in my opinion, right? Because it feels like it's like you're forced to get that information outside of the story as opposed to it already being told to you in the story's writing, right? And I don't think that's how you should do things. Like I think outside story information should just be extra, and but the same way like Naruto data books are, and like Oda SBSs are, or like um what's the author of Kubo like Bleach Q&As are, where like he gives extra information because people are asking them. I think those type of things are good for that extra information where people still have lingering questions about the series by its end, right? Whereas the basics of like how a talent operates and like certain information should just be given within the story's natural writing, because most well-written stories are already doing that anyway. It's just a byproduct of a really good written story, right? Am I tripping on that? Is that like a crazy take, or am I like being too harsh? I feel like that's kind of fair, especially when I say specifically the comparison of like what do we know at this point in this series versus what do we know at this point in a different series, right? Because I've been feeling that way for a little minute now, and I never had a proper reason or way to go about it, or to like to talk about it. But I think this little small mini excerpt is good, like a good space. But we'll get back to the reading. Where did I stop? You got to be on guard, especially when you're naked. What are you doing? You're so tight. It seems those two have been rivals for a long time, and that's what I've heard as well. This is such a crazy panel. I am not. You're just too carefree. For someone so tense, you sure are soft here. This is a crazy visual, by the way. Like I said, this is the type of shit that would get a nigga copyright. Why you? Arashino-san, I'll be heading out first. Okay, go ahead. She look clean as heck, bro. I love her design, bro. She just never like fails or disappoints me. This is terrifying. Though it really has been a while, master. So how far have you gone, huh? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Why am I... Wait, what I'm asking is, as Luna, how far gone are you now? This is a W panel. Creepy as hell. Kind of gives Bleach vibes almost. You shouldn't have been able to return to the island if Luna's power had awakened. And if you really did awaken as Luna, that boy Enmaru should be awakening as Soul next. You know the hands of time can't be stopped once set in motion, which I think she's more so we're talking about the what is it called? The whatever they were referring to earlier. Yes, I am aware. Did he just wake up? This nigga done woke up crying. I'm so hungry. Rokuro, he woke up. Roku, man, had me worried. This nigga just fucking hungry. This nigga screaming in pain. She's like, Rokuro? He talking about some ow, ow, ow. My stomach hurts. Look! That's why I told you to stop. You ate way too much right after waking up. Don't you know your own limits? Are you an idiot? Are you really that stupid? That's hilarious. Hey, oh, hey, Benio. Great to see you. How have you been? Ow, ow. Help me, Doc. Keep still. Jeez. You had me worried for nothing. Guilty as charged. What about you, Benio? You're not hurting anywhere. No, I'm alright. What? I've been asleep for 2 weeks? I'm gonna grow up so fast. That's right. I was attacked by a bosser at first. I see. So Tenma's okay too. Like forgot shit? Oh, yeah. Things like his memories are coming back then. Okay. Thank goodness. You're back to your old self again. What are you talking about? I'm always my old self. Look at them, like, looking at each other all cute and shit. She's so clean to me. That eye patch is perfect, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you for your help. Oh, wait. Well, thank you for all your help. Was Kinako over the moon? Yes. There were enough tears to burst a dam. Ha ha ha. That sounds about right. But I was really surprised when I first got home. Arimori-sama was there, and even Mitosaka Kankuro-sama as well. Yeah, things were rough at first. Roughly speaking, back when I was still in the hospital, I had a pretty realistic dream. What kind of dream? Yuto was there. Yuto as a kid. It was so crazy. He was crying and saying stuff like, "Where am I?" and "I feel so alone." It felt like I didn't know this kid at all. So yeah, Benio, it is possible that Yuto... Oh, wait. So yeah, Benio, is it possible that Yuto is already gone? This nigga kind of fitted too, low-key. Nisama. After that fight, Nisama... Anyway... Hey, now you owe me one. Got it? Oh, then they both fell asleep. So he dead? Oh, okay, now we're getting a flashback. Oh, okay. Rokuro. Get a hold of yourself, Rokuro. And he's crumbling. He's crumbling as Basara would do. Okay. Just learn to take care of yourself already. Huh. You're an airhead, dim-witted coward who gets carried away whenever you're praised. You're hopeless. If I'm not around, my precious little sister... For crying out loud. Guess it can't be helped. I've had enough. You can have the rest of the Ohagi, Benio. And then he turned to dust and died. Kind of interesting how they did that. I can't lie. Oh, and that's his little grave. Okay. This is Nisama's grave. Yo, she kind of fitted too. Is this at their house? A person who tried to destroy the island cannot be buried in the central cemetery. I can't even engrave his name on the tombstone. And even though I say grave, his remains aren't even buried here. It's only a guise of a grave. There's nothing left to signify my brother's existence. Ha. What the hell? And look, he ugly crying. Seriously, he's such an idiot. Roku? I'm not saying that what he did is something that can be forgiven, but he doesn't even get a proper grave? Everything you did, it's all gonna be erased from existence. I mean, wasn't there anything you were going to say to me one last time? This is a lot smaller than I thought it was. Say something, Yuto. Rokuro. Thank you, Rokuro. I didn't think there would be anyone left who would cry for my brother. So, Rokuro, thank you. This is so interesting. I'm not saying I would like kick his gravestone, but like nigga like me, I would not be this teary-eyed. But you know, that's why I'm not in the story, right? That's not why the story's written like that, right? This nigga is ugly crying something nasty. It's really gotten chilly. Let's head inside soon. Yeah. Hey, Kinako... Arimori? What the? Is anybody home? Rokuro, over here. What? Let's celebrate your release from the hospital. What, seriously? Oh, hell yeah, I'm stoked. Why the dojo? Oh, isn't it cold? Is it not okay inside the house? There's not enough room in the house. Huh? Room for what? Woohoo! They finally made it! Welcome back! Welcome back, Imaru-kun. You look better than I thought. It's about time. Has a protagonist finally arrived on the scene? I mean, everybody here. We got this nigga dad, this nigga brother, these niggas. Look, she's here, this nigga here. Why he look so grumpy? These niggas is here. His tall ass here. Them alive niggas is here. Oh, there she go, and her family. Man, there's hella people here. Oh yeah, look, Tenma right there too. Oh yep, look, he's here, he's here. Oh, I mean, everybody's here. What? Huh? What the? Hurry, Rokuro, come here, come here. After we spread the word about celebrating your hospital discharge, all these people showed up. No way. Rokuro, welcome home. Great job on working so hard. Yep, some of the most important women in his life, his best friend and his wife. Love that. I love that for you. Looks like you did really well this time, too. Shimon, what happened to your leg? Don't tell me you grew a new one. Uh, that's right. I've developed a new technique that regenerates body parts. Ooh. Shimon made a joke? Uh-oh. Looks like a typhoon is coming. This nigga played along to it. That's hilarious. Hey, can we break out the booze now? Look at these alcoholic niggas. Look, just ready to drink. If you guys only came here to drink, go home. Exactly. Tenma, you're still a minor. Look at this nigga trying to drink too. You're not supposed to. Well, he got orange juice in his cup. Okay, everybody laughing, everybody cheerful. Look, this nigga smiling. Look like he finna cry. That is not who I thought that was. Whoa, what is this? A fat ass gourd? Okay, all the girlies. These niggas are smiling. They're arm wrestling. That's kind of fun. He's quite a commendable guy. Rokuro, I mean. Ikaruga-san. Around the time he first arrived here, he said he came to the island to sell things with Yuto. I didn't doubt him, but I didn't expect he would accomplish it this quickly either. It's as if everything's revolving around him. That's what main characters do. That's that main character syndrome. And I'm sure that will continue even more so than before. The environment around him will likely the environment around him will most likely continue to change as well. She looked like that. Well, that was fun. But this, yeah, cleaning up afterwards is a pain. Let me take my do-rag off. My skull's starting to hurt. Let me drink the last of this Shirley Temple. I can hear my mother laughing in her room from here. Gosh, it better be that funny. This is still chapter 75. That's crazy. We've got this covered. You can go ahead and rest in Maru-kun. Arashino-san, you should go look after Maru-kun. I'll help lay out the futon. Thank you. It'll be embarrassing if it's still a mess in here. This is funny. It's like remnants of my Shirley Temple. Why is it called the Shirley Temple anyway? Look at the way they did this little mat. What the hell is this? Who the hell is behind this weird setup? What was that? What indeed? Look at these two. Giddy. It wasn't me, I swear. I'll clear it away in a second. No, this is fine. Huh? Since whoever did this went through the trouble, why don't we sleep together? Huh? I think that's a good idea. Look at these niggas. Yo, the way they express their interest for each other is so weird. Or not so weird, it's so funny. She's like nervous, like, well, I mean, since they did it so nicely for us, we might as well. And he's like, you know what? I think that's a great idea. It's like, man, have a little bit more suave to it than just being hella nervous. So, I'm turning off the lights now. Okay. We haven't slept in the same futon since that one time we were in middle school. You know, the hand of time can't be stopped once set in motion. The environment around him will most likely continue to change as well. Benio? I'm always my old self. I can no longer be my old self. Rokuro, I have something important to talk to you about. From Benio to Rokuro, what is the truth to be told? She finna tell him that she's an impurity. Chapter 76, just like always, forevermore. Hello, is this Arata-sama? There's something I need to discuss with you. What the hell's going on? No, in person if possible. Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Then tomorrow. This is the right thing to do. I'm sure this isn't something I should be keeping to myself. We need to properly assess whether or not you are a threat to the Exorcist Union, Adashino Benio. Operator Sumireko has witnessed something concerning Benio. Okay. Something important? Yes. After I lost my enchanted powers and parted with you, as I went searching for a way to regain what I had lost, I met a Basara. No. Talking about how I awaken as Luna means that I have to bring up Chinu and Kamui's involvement. An exorcist associating with impurities is a serious offense. Needless to say, those who harbor such connections are severely punished. It's fine if I'm the only one who receives punishment, but if I endanger him, if I lose my happiness with Rokuro, you see how she nervous, shaking hands, trembling? He puts his hand right on her, she calms down, W-mans. Benio, I'm sorry. I've said enough for today, after all. You sure? But since it's really, really important, we will talk about it once I sort out my thoughts. That's okay. And he patient with it. I gotta be more like Rokuro, man. You don't need to force yourself. We can talk when you feel up to it, Benio, okay? W-man, that's a W. Look at how they move and they face in the opposite direction. I'm sorry. What did she want to say? She really wanted to say something, but couldn't go through with it. Because she's worried about me, right? Could it be I just didn't realize it? I'm sorry, Rokuro. The truth is, this has been bothering me for some time now. You smell absolutely disgusting. That's hilarious. Yuck, I can't do it after all. Or is it me snoring? This is W insecurity. This is common. Or is it my snoring? Maybe my teeth grinding? Or more importantly, does she hate curly hair? If that's the case, then what do I do? This nigga is shook. Hey, look over there. It's the twin star exorcist. She all gloomy and he's like, man, bro, don't like me for real. Well, I'll see you later. Right, see ya. Yeah. Wow, this is the first time I've seen them together. Yeah, but doesn't it feel like there's some odd tension between them? Are they not getting along? It sure didn't look that way. But didn't they defeat Ikeja Yuto together? I wonder if they're honestly not happy about the idea of marriage. I can hear everything, you know. Not like I care anything. Is it possibly because of that? Maybe it bothers that guy that he's still stuck in class 10, while the girl's been assigned straight to class 1. What? Benio's in class 1? That's probably it. That's probably the reason why. You're in class 10, Rokuro. How lame. And you call yourself my future husband. This nigga got insecurities out the wazoo, bro. Please, welcome Adashino Benio. She transferred from the mainland branch. Though many of you likely already know that she was originally from Tsuchimikado Island. Already in class 1 right off the bat? And the twin stars are something else. Why is the husband still in class 10? She's giving off a different vibe compared to when we were in elementary school. Hey, we haven't had a class together like this since middle school. Mayura-san. Though, if Rokuro were here, then all of us being together would really be just like middle school. Merit from missions has nothing to do with grades at Seiyuin. Nevertheless, if this that's okay. If this is Rokuro we're talking about, he'll move up in no time. Yeah, I think so too. Ashino-san? Is she forcing a smile? W mythical insecurities? Is she forcing a smile? Something's seriously wrong here. Is she just gonna keep saying, What's with all that humming? Class 10. They haven't been talking to each other at home or even on missions. Again, I'm liking how we went from an intense moment to a low stakes moment. I like that the last chapter also looked at how Rokuro and Benio kind of felt about Yuto, like at least like by the end point, right? And they were able to like cry together. And then I also like that Benio wants to tell Rokuro the truth, but the way the series has set itself up, we can kind of look at how them not talking feels like weird to the people around them, even though it's a very serious subject that she's just not ready to disclose yet, you know? And then we see Rokuro's character come into play and how he feels kind of insecure because she could tell, or she could be feeling any sort of way about like her being superior to him, and or her not liking him as a whole, kind of like how they were at the start of the series. Whereas she's just like nervous and like sad because she has to tell him something so like deeply I don't want to say like maybe scarring, maybe, considering that she's technically an impurity now and she's afraid that he like won't be able to take that, but also, you know, if he is able to like take that information positively, he'll also be in trouble because of how the society isn't supposed to like interact positively with impurities as a whole. I just really like how this is kind of going about, right? Like it's a low stakes thing, but it's still very serious in its own way, if that makes sense. And then we have characters like Mayura, who are like able to kind of see this like faking of a smile and like noting that they're not like properly talking, you know, things like that. Okay, they haven't been talking to each other at home or even on missions. Maybe it's because of that little stunt we pulled. Oh, that's them, okay. Adashino-san was never really talkative in the first place, but when Rokuro's the one feeling down, the whole house ends up feeling so dreary. Oh, come on. Is something bothering you, young man? Why don't you try talking to your big sis about it? Lend me thine ears, Mayumon? Call back to chapter 6 when Rokuro talks like a samurai when he's flustered. Oh, sure. Stop that. I see. Adashino-san is... Well, for now, don't give those worries floating around in your head a second thought. W reassurance. Huh? And why is that? Something that Adashino-san definitely wanted to say. I wonder if it was regarding the twin stars. Even if those two got married according to Arima-san's wishes, I hardly think a happy future would be waiting for them. While searching for a way to regain her powers, did she learn the meaning behind what Shimon said? And wanted to share that with Rokuro? Come to think of it, how is it that you can confidently take on strong opponents like the 12 Heavenly Commanders or the Basara, but then you suddenly become clueless when it comes to Adashino-san? Hell if I know. That's how men work, low-key, just like a tad bit. I want Benio to always wear a smile on her face, and yet I have absolutely no idea what to do in this kind of situation. Guess there's no other way. There really is no other way. What the fuck does that mean? Mayura? On your feet, Enmaru Rokuro. Huh? Just get up and hold your head high already. Yes, ma'am. Now stand tall. Puff up that chest. That's it. Keep that posture up. Keep it up for your entire life. My entire life? Wanting to stand by the girl you like is incredibly important, but if you keep on wearing that long face, Adashino-san wouldn't be able to Adashino-san wouldn't be able to depend on you when it really matters, would she? She's without a doubt your strongest partner, right? Stronger than any Heavenly Commander or Basara. That's why the stronger your partner is, the more important it becomes for your state of mind to stay as the usual Rokuro. I'm gonna take a quick pause. I'm gonna take a quick little pause. This entire sentiment is kind of very important for marriage as a whole. And I want to relate it to something I heard if you anybody knows the YouTuber or streamer known as I'm Dante, then you might have heard that he has a child now. He's also married to his wife. I forgot her name. But they actually tried to have a baby a few years back, and it ended up being, I think she ended up having a miscarriage, right? And we see in the podcast known as, what is it called? The Speakeasy, hosted by Berlizzi and his friend Joe and PG, where I'm Dante was a guest. We see him actually kind of talk about how, like, what that was like, and how he was able to be a like a good husband and be there for his wife when she kind of needed it a little bit more than him, right? So this idea of she's without a doubt your strongest partner, stronger than any heavenly commander or bossera. That's why you're strong. Wait, that's why the stronger your partner is, the more important it becomes for you to. For wow, I'm reading too fast. The more important it becomes for your state of mind to stay as the usual Rokuro. Now, of course, the usual Rokuro is like very much catered to like this situation, but I want to say like it's very important for your state of mind and like who you are to like if you're I want to say if you're strong-willed and have like a calm demeanor, it's very important for that part of you to kind of come into play when something like that, what happened to Dante, happens, right? It's very important that you can be that version of yourself for your partner, because they're gonna need it more than anybody has ever needed it more, right? Or and you can even switch that to like a more emotional or empathetic man, maybe not about miscarriage, but about something else, right? To where your partner might need that empathy and that emotion more than anybody else in the world, right? They might need to know that you feel something and that you can feel a certain way the way they can, right? So I feel like this is a really good sentiment, and I feel like this is kind of a good example of how writing and even like fiction like this can really relate to real life, and it's something that people might kind of go, or people might just kind of shy away from or like look past, because they see fiction as like something you really can't learn from, or especially like anime, that anime doesn't have any sort of deep messages or thing that you can actually apply to your own life. But I feel like this is a really good example of like how that's just not true, right? And this part right here, if you keep on wearing that long face, Arashino-san wouldn't be able to depend on you when it really matters. Like, you can apply that to Dante. Like, if Dante were to kind of shrink and make himself, I don't want to say make himself small, but like if he were wearing a satin face, then his wife can't really depend on him in her satin state, right? But because he can kind of innately lock in and like not necessarily neglect his own feelings, but make it so that he can be a little bit more stern and rigid for his wife, who's gonna be more of an emotional mess, you know? She can depend on him, right? If that makes sense. Let's keep reading though. I don't wanna bore y'all too much with all this real world application of this reading. Because I believe the usual Rokuro and the Rokuro that Ashino-san depends on are one and the same. Accepting all of her pain and sadness is your job as a Reiwa try-hard teenager. Got it? Okay, this is also a good point. Accepting all of her pain and sadness as a man, especially if you fall in love with a girl, you kind of do this naturally. And I have done it twice now, so like this is very true. You know, like the more you get close to somebody, the more you learn about them, the more, and especially it's not the happy times that bring y'all closer, it's how you navigate the tough times and how you navigate their baggage, right? So the closer you get to somebody, specifically looking at it from like a male to female standpoint, the closer I as a man get to a girl, the more I understand like the things that made her who she is. And I feel like the bad things that occur in your life are more likely to impact how you are rather than the good things. So the more pain she endured, the more sadness she endured, the more you learn of that, the more you're able to better understand and or I should say the better you can be at accepting all of those things, the more reliable and the more trusting you are um as a whole, right? If that makes sense, I guess, right? I think I concluded that point properly. Like the more I learn of what happened to you and why you are the way you are, and I accept that, I can use that and properly navigate things that might make you sad or bring things that may bring you pain in the future, right? So, like Dante, you can take what happened to her name is Danielle. You can take what happened to Danielle, accepting her pain, accepting her sadness, and then it's his job as her husband to kind of endure that for the both of them, and ensure that she's good and that he's also good, right? Does that make sense? Am I being too gender defiant right now? I don't know, man. It's just some things that like men can do, and there's some things that women can do, and I feel like this might be one of those things, right? Like this might just be one of those things, right? Where like as a man, I feel like you're more inclined to be able to shoulder those emotions, right? Take them and endure them as opposed to women, right? I don't think women are fully capable or are as good as men as like shouldering emotional things like that, especially like heavy emotions. At least at least not when you have a partner. Like I think you naturally get better at it when you're by yourself, but it's like the moment you're with somebody, especially if you're either deeply in love or like fully committed, it's almost harder to deal with it by yourself, and it's like you shouldn't no longer have to deal with it by yourself. Now you have somebody who can kind of shoulder that pain and those things with you, right? Does that make sense? And I feel like that's kind of what this is almost meant to teach you in a way. And what's even crazier is that one, she can say this, and they're minors. Like how do you have like this is a lesson you tell adults. Like this is what I tell my brother, right? I tell this to my brother as a man, as a grown man. This is the kind of thing you tell your homies when you're an adult. These are minors, bro. Like it's crazy that they can even have she can have this kind of advice for him as like a youngin. You know what I mean? Very interesting. But again, I think this shows that fiction, if you really look at it, can actually teach you a lot more than you'd expect, right? But let's keep going. Now you've lost me. Thanks, Mayura. You helped me get that weight off my chest. You said so yourself, didn't you? That whenever you're feeling down, I'm always there for you. And this is why you need a best friend as well. This is why you need a best friend. I'm not saying your best friend has to be a girl, but maybe that might, depending on who you are as an individual, could be better, could be worse. Who knows, right? I don't think my female friend would be able to do this for me though. I think if anything, I'd probably call like my brother or maybe like Faceless to like do this kind of thing for me. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't think she's equipped to handle this type of like, not necessarily this sadness, but like this state of mind. You know what I mean? To like get me on the proper path. I don't think she's equipped to do that, in my opinion. And if you hear this, do better. Anyway, let's keep going. I'll lend you a hand whenever you're in trouble. I am your childhood friend after all. Ha ha ha. One I can always count on. Well, I'm heading off now. The same goes for you, Mayura. You can rely on me anytime. Yup. If I ever need help, I know who to call. Okay, she's running off, and he's running off. She's staying there by herself. You okay with this, Iori-san? Helping your rival like that? Actually, it's more like you're just throwing him right into her arms. What? What are you talking about? You're a terrible liar. You've always liked Inmadu, haven't you? You're one to talk, Iori-san, since you're interested in Rokuro too. What did you... Wait. What? How did you know that? No. I mean... I've got no problem with it. Now it's just not possible.
Now it's just not possible. As head of the Ioris, I have to lead my siblings. As a heavenly commander, there are loads of things that need to be done, so I'm fine with it. What about you, Mayura? Hadashino Benyo may be strong and cute, but you've been with Imaru for way longer, right? Yeah, I've loved him this whole time. I still do, and always will. I don't mean to brag, but I've been watching Rokuro grow up, longer and closer than anyone else, which is why I want nothing else but for him to be happy. Ah, I take it back. Wait, about not meaning to brag. When Rokuro becomes a legendary exorcist, I'll be proud to say that I'm the one who's there for him when times are tough. He's a real handful after all. Kind of like this art right here. I'm home. Do I have anything to say about this part right here? I mean, we already knew that she liked him. If that's anything to talk about, we already knew that. But like, I was kind of hoping that like that kind of moved away a little bit more and it wasn't so like relevant, and that she was starting to like Shimon more, and I feel like that's still the case, but like it's like she's kind of letting go of that, and we can kind of move on to that other love plot for her. That's what I'm hoping for, and that's what it feels like. It's like she's acknowledging that she's loved him and that she will love him, but it's not the same kind of love. I'm assuming it's like more like I'm here for you as like the homie I've always been, but like before, I guess this point it was more like, or I should say, more so it feels like this point. Before this point, it was like I love him and I'd also want to be with him, but now it's like I know he's stepping into a path on its own and he needs me as a friend and not as a lover, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. Yeah, okay. I'm home. Okay, so now right here. Really feels like what truly makes an individual capable to say and express, convey those words distinctly stems from both emotional maturity and emotional intelligence. Absolutely, absolutely. Because mm, let's get deep and methodical, like, and a little personal. I'd say, as I am now, I'm definitely more emotionally mature and emotionally intelligent than I was, a few years ago, right? Even as like a high schooler, right? But like, and there obviously is a difference between emotional maturity and emotional intelligence. But I feel like even like kind of near the tail end of high school when I was getting into my first relationship, I was still relatively good and emotionally mature and emotionally intelligent, right? Yet and still being able to kind of have like a conversation along these lines, but not necessarily as a friend, but more so as a lover. You know what I mean? Like I was kind of capable of doing this. Um and kind of good at like lifting my partner up, but when the inverse, I guess, would need to be applied, I wasn't good at letting them in, if that makes sense. Like I was very good, and I think I'm good at helping build others up, but I'm not that good at help letting others build me up, right? So like to be able to have this kind of conversation, it shows it's like there's a separation between emotional maturity and emotional intelligence when you apply it to others, and like when you as an individual apply it to others, as opposed to applying those things to yourself, right? So like, especially in my last relationship, I'd say I was more emotionally intelligent than I was emotionally mature, if that makes, well, does that make sense? Yeah. Like, yeah, I'd say I was better able to deal with her emotions than I was able to deal with my own, and letting her deal with mine as well, if that makes sense. You know? Does that make sense? I feel like that makes sense. Not to say that like I was like acting like a child emotionally, but more so. I'm not saying I shut down, but more so like I don't even want to say I zoned out. It was more like like I hid it, you know, like I hid it as opposed to expressing it or letting it be known and like converse. It's like I allowed it to sweep under the rug and let it pass, essentially, which would be less emotionally mature because a more mature person in that regard would have the conversation, whereas an emotional intelligent person can understand how they feel, why they feel, and things like that. But a mature person would properly express it, whereas an intelligent person can just acknowledge it. And I think that's the innate difference, if that makes sense. Or I'm not sure if that's even true, but it feels like that's more of the innate difference between those two things, right? Yeah. Yeah. So actually, if we want to apply that to Rokuro and Benio, it's like, we could say that actually, nah, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like dissecting them in that way. But like, you could say that the prior conversation that they were gonna have was more like, you could say that like Rokuro and his like insecurities were like shows his lack of emotional intelligence, right? Maybe, or like maybe emotional maturity. I'm not sure, but like, I feel like Benio's like constant like mental talk to herself and the way she discusses things shows some of her more better emotional maturity and intelligence. You know, maybe potentially could be wrong. Don't really care. Let's keep going. Where am I? Right here. Okay, I keep scrolling up, but I'm right here. Okay, I'm home. Hey, fanged brat. Damn. I get the feeling that Benio-sama hasn't been in a good mood lately. Did you screw something up again? I should see if a nigga like me would have dropped the elbow on his head for even saying that. You really picked up a bad time to ask me that. She wouldn't tell me anything. It's probably something I can't help her with, but I wish there was another way I could be of use to her. Ah, you must have had some sort of homecoming party for Benio, right? Now that you mention it, we didn't. Plus, you were in the hospital at the time, so we weren't in that sort of mood. Exactly. So this time, let's set up a surprise that'll cheer her up. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. Oh, fuck no. Oh shit, it's burning, it's burning. That's why I told you to leave the cooking to me. Yeah, I don't know why he would even try that. Look at these niggas and look at her face, all dreadful and shit. I just wanted you to have a nice hot meal. And what made you want to do it? What made you think you could do it? Okay, now she's laughing. Benio-sama? Being with you makes me feel so at home. I want to protect these ordinary moments. I never want these happy days to end. Oh, where's Arimori? He's not coming home today because he had some business to take care of. And for that, I must stand up to fate, okay? They gonna have that conversation soon? Rokuro, yeah? I'm ready to talk. If tonight is alright with you. Yeah, let's talk. Why are you making that fucking face? I don't like that. Before we get started, here's what you need to keep in mind. Through the process of restoring my enchanted powers, I have acted against the order. If you hear what I have to say and choose to keep me hidden from here on out, you'd also be severely punished. I'm completely okay with that. W, lock in. I'm ready to hear what you have to say. Roku, that's right. I decided to accept Luna's power and to live like this now. Because I believed Rokuro would accept it all. Then, without further ado, that's what I used to say in my the interest of my videos. After losing my powers and getting separated from you on the mainland, I encountered the Basara Kamui. While looking for ways to restore my powers, I followed his suggestion to visit the first ranked Basara, Chinu, and I asked her for her cooperation. Then Chinu told me about the birth and the fate of Luna. I told Rokuro everything. Why the twin stars were created, the tale of the man who gave rise to impurities, my true form, and how I awakened as Luna. I couldn't see Rokuro's face. Oh, I'm assuming they're talking in the dark. I couldn't see Rokuro's face the whole time I was talking to him, but I could sense that he was looking right at me and would occasionally nod deeply. Chino her man. I barely survived the attack from the female Basara, and once more I went back to Chinu. After that, I caught wind of the crisis on Tsuchimikado Island, so I came back to you. That is everything that happened to me on the mainland. I'm very glad that they actually showed us the side story too, because not being able to see that and only hearing it like at this point would have been kind of shitty. Like kind of shitty, bro. So I am glad that like we took a pause and like they ordered it so that you could read the side story without it feeling like a true interruption to the main story, right? I like that they did that because us seeing that context and then hearing about it from her perspective was nice. And then it gives us a reason as to show like why we see the panels like this the way we do, because that means it doesn't have to now sprout into those same panels, right? Those same moments. We can just kind of get the small recap because we already read it, right? I like that, and I genuinely like that they included that because no, like I'm not really, I don't be trying to throw shots at Brent, but like a nigga like Brent, bro, a nigga like Brent would like just like he would not include that, and then we just have it just like this normally, and I truly don't like that, bro. Like, not only do I want to read more of the series because I like it, but like show us more, bro. Like show us more, like show us, like don't just tell us, show us, bro. You're not an artist. Like you're not writing a book, you're drawing, bro. You're an artist. Do you not feel like, and I don't want to say this because I'm not an artist, but like, do you not have some like pride in like wanting to show more of your art and how you can tell stories through your art, bro? How you can tell the story through your art? Like it almost baffles me that Brent kind of shortens the series the way he does, because, and I'm not saying I'm not an artist, so I can't even really say this, but I feel like the people I know who are artists would be more, or would want more. Let me rephrase that. Would want to show more of their art through their story, if that makes sense, right? He said WTLDR pacing and conversation fluidity. It's not shooting shots at Brent. This is distinct fact. Yeah, it just feels like not only does it feel like he would kind of go this route, and like, but instead of obviously instead of us seeing it, he would just outright tell us basically, but it's better, like it's just better if we see it, because, and this is why I said in the review that like certain moments are just better not just as words but as actions. Like it's a lot better if we see Shay fight these stronger titans that he said existed, right? It's a lot better if we see it, because we're not reading a book. This isn't a book with no pages. This isn't a light novel with like drawings here and there, bro. No, you're spending a week cultivating, drawing, sketching, coloring, and then putting text bubbles to this. Like, I know it's tiring work. As an artist, I know you have pride in your work because we see the art you display. It is some of the best art for like webtoons. I don't want to say out there because I'm not an artist. I don't know as much as about art as other people do. So I don't want to say it's the best art out there, but for webtoons, it's probably some of the best art on the platform, genuinely speaking, right? Genuinely speaking, because a lot of the art is very similar. A lot of the styles on webtoons are very similar. And what really shows nicely is like when the art isn't just distinct and different, but like good too, you know? And that's why I have like art as its own section in the review, but I digress. So it's like, I know you have pride as an artist in your work, right? But why does it feel like you don't show that in the way you tell your story? You know what I mean? Like, yes, we see some of the great panels, we see some of the really good moments, but like, why does it feel like it's only like we're seeing a hint of your pride as an artist and not as like a like you don't, it's like you don't fully want to show what you're truly capable of. And I know he has to like cut corners because of what his workload looks like or what it should look like considering what he does, of course, but like we do see like really good panels throughout this course of the entire series, right? So it's like it feels like it's like you have the opportunity to show the world what you can do as an artist, and you're almost like intentionally limiting yourself. And I don't really understand why. I don't really understand why. Like you don't have to make the episodes as long the way you do, and you can show like you've shown us how good your art is. We've seen like how great these things are. So it feels like, or I should say, it makes me wonder why it feels like you don't want to show more of it. Like, to say you like the short and sweet end of the season is kind of crazy when you also said that you have entire arcs that you just didn't get to do because you ran out of time. But it's like, what time? Like, the only thing limiting yourself is you, and it feels like you're not, I don't want to say living up to your potential, but it feels like you're putting a handicap on yourself, and I don't get why. Like, I don't get why. I know, I shouldn't say I know, but like I know when mangaka have to like rush and draw things, they don't feel good about it, bro. Like I know when like the mangaka had to put out a new chapter for the following week, and it's just like basically a bunch of rough sketches, and it's not as good and put out to their standard quality. I know I know that has to hurt, bro. That has to hurt. Because even as a YouTuber, when I put out something and there's something about it I don't like, I don't feel good about it, bro. It doesn't feel good at it. And I know Nara feels the same way, bro. Even in the live stream last Saturday where we were reacting to his video, he even noticed that the music was too loud and he didn't like it. So I know that has to hurt. So like as an artist, I know there are like little points and things where it's like you don't feel as good about it. And even obviously with an actual story, he obviously states that he's not trying to make the same mistake. So it's like I know that you feel a type of way when your art is put out there or what you're creating is put out there, and you know it's not the best work you can do, but it feels like you're actively making it so that this isn't the best work you can do, if that makes sense, you know what I mean? I try not to like read, like I try not to read this story and then like relate it to Ordeal, but sometimes it's kind of hard because like one, Ordeal is my entire channel, like it's what brings me YouTube money, it's what I've made this channel out to be, so I naturally do it. But at the same exact time, it's like once people start to compare Ordeal to, or I should say, people are gonna start to compare Ordeal to other stories, which is one thing I didn't want to do in the review. I didn't want to just be a bunch of comparisons to like other media I've read. I wanted to look at the problems and errors in the story and like make it a question and look at examples within the series that kind of solve those like issues basically. But people like me are going to naturally compare Ordeal to other types of series, whether it be manga, whether it be manhwa, or whether it be other webtoons that they've read. And so when you look past the art, which is really good, and you look at the story itself and what's being told to us and what's being portrayed, people are just asking those questions of like, why is this like this, or this isn't good because somebody else, did this similar sort of subject and it's just better because of X, Y, and Z, right? So people are just eventually people are going to make those comparisons, right? Even we even see like not necessarily Ordeal be compared, but like when there was like a Instagram reel I saw some months ago, right? Where people were like ranking or like removing or like webtoon, you know what I mean? At like one of those conventions, and like a lot of people were kind of treating Ordeal as if it wasn't like something of like high quality. So, but it's because they have read other things of what seems to be, at least from their personal opinions, of better quality, right? So people are just gonna make those comparisons over time, and it kind of feels like at some points Brent is genuinely limiting himself to the higher standard or the higher quality he could actually showcase and actually give, not just to appease us and people like me, but to satisfy himself, because even he's not satisfied with how season 1 turned out, and he's clearly not satisfied with how season 3 turned out. So I'm really hoping that from season 4 onward we're getting Brent's best work, and we're not just getting work that makes us like happy and satisfied, that he can be proud of, that he can show his kids, that he can, talk about for years and years on end, that he's like, yeah, I did really good there. Because that's how I feel when I put out certain videos, like specifically like the season 3 review. Yeah, there are parts where I think I could have explained it better, or parts where I think could have had a little bit more exposition to them. But as an entire project, I think for what I've done on my channel, this is probably some of the best piece of work out there. The best piece of analytical work. It might not be the best piece of auditory work, but it's probably some of the best visual work I have. Like, this is some of the best work I've ever put out there, right? And I can be satisfied to say that, but it feels like certain parts of like Ordeal, and I should say like, since we want to like be specific, like season 3, it's just not Brent's best work, like, which is why I compared a lot of it to like season 2, which is seemingly some of Brent's best work, right? And not just art wise, like more so story wise, because season 3 I think is Brent's best art related work, right? But yeah, I'm done. I'm finished with that tangent. Let's keep reading, man. Anyway, so yeah, she told him everything. She says, I barely survived the attack from the female Basara, and once more, I went back to Chinu. After that, I caught wind of the crisis on Tsuchimikado Island, so I came back to you. I also should read this. It says, me and Lynx have had conversations like this. Two artists who are planning on their own works. Exactly. And I feel like it's better that y'all have that conversation as opposed to me, because I'm a guy who reads things, who reads things. I'm not also an artist, and I'm not also writing and planning to draw my own work like Lynx, and I'm not sure if you plan to draw it, but like y'all are, right? Whereas y'all are the same as me, higher level thinkers reading this piece of work, who plan to do the same exact thing, more or less. Y'all plan to write out your own stories, but I assume to draw them out, and obviously you're writing and planning, right? So your criticism feels more, I want to say more valid than mine. Where of course my criticism is valid because I'm giving, proper reasoning as to why something like doesn't feel right, or why something kind of feels off in the writing, and like, you know what I mean? I feel like you guys have somewhat better points and better opinions, or are more valid, because you're not just, you are doing the same thing, or you plan to do the same thing. You are more than just somebody reading the work. You're also reading it and literally will have done this by like, let's just say like 10 years from now, you will be in the similar position of somebody else reading and criticizing your work, right? So I feel like you guys have better and more valid, or your opinions can be more valid, because you are essentially the same as Brent, just not at the I don't want to say level, you're not at that point in the process that he is, right? But yeah, let's keep going. Okay, that is everything that happened to me on the mainland. Oh. What the heck? Why's she chanting? A barrier? Before leaving the mainland, Chinu cast a spell on me. According to her, it's a spell that turns the power of yin into yang. A power for pretending to be human. Oh, okay. So that's why she looks like that. Cool. Hey, Benny, look the other way for a moment. Okay, so she's doing her chant, and she has him turning around because she's getting naked. This is my true form. Will you accept? Wait, I'm assuming this is supposed to say, "Will you accept it?" And he says, "So freaking cute, way too pretty." I'm not gonna lie, she kind of clean. It's almost like she's like. It's almost like It's almost like she's a bride. It's almost like she's designed exactly like a bride. Yeah, I think this is a fire design. You said exactly peak discussion. Yeah, you know, I try and keep my opinions as fair as possible because I could just be another dude slandering people on the internet, and I don't ever want to be that guy. Those niggas suck, bro. Those guys suck. I try to keep my opinions as fair as possible, and I don't really show it on the channel that much, but I do think other people's perspectives are very important. I don't think my opinion or my perspective is the most valid one out there. That's why I highly respect like somebody like Nara, because not only is he doing the same thing I do, but not only on top of that, he was my inspiration for doing what I do, but his opinions on the subjects actually have good merit, so we should also look at what he has to say in these regards, right? And so that's why when I look at, or I should say, that's why when I mentioned earlier that I don't look at people's theories, is because, like, yeah, your opinion is valid because it's your opinion. You're a human being. You have that right. But like, are you really saying anything that's like that can hold weight? Are you really saying anything that's like valid, like overall? Like, does it really like feel like what you're saying is correct and not incorrect? You know what I mean? And those are the opinions I value more. Those are the convert, or I should say, those are the perspectives I think are more important to look at, right? And that's why I on that stream I did like a while ago where we looked at that one dude's like takes about like female characters on TikTok, and like the idea he brought up of like the Heart Clan, or not the Heart Clan, the clans having like a sort of summit type of thing. Instead of going, this is a shitty idea, or I disagree with this, I took what he said and went, okay, I see your point here. I see your point here. I think this makes a little bit more sense right here. And I think this might make a little bit more sense right here. But I think this overall makes a little bit less sense. And then I just left it at that, as opposed to me going, nah, this is dumb. And then we just move on to the next subject, because that's not cool. That's not fair. And what if that idea did happen in Ordeal? Now, what he said was literally validated by the story. So it's like, so it's just not cool to like fully and completely disregard other people's perspectives. And I don't want to ever be that guy. Not completely, at least, because some people say things that I'm just like, bro, what are we talking about? But other times I'm also like, but I also try to be like fair and be like, hey, I don't think that can fully work. I do it all the time on stream. Like, I'm not sure if that will fully work, but if it did happen, it could be cool. I'm not sure how I'd feel about it, but it might be something to look out for, right? I try and do that. Anyway, I like this design right here. I feel like it exemplifies the concept of like her as a bride and her being, a wife and them supposed to get married. I think this is really cool, in my opinion. I also like that she not only does she show her his true form, she asks if he'll accept it, but before she can actually finish the question, he's already accepting of how she looks, right? Which is really good. Come again? No, wait, just now. That was I didn't mean to blurt that out. That's not what I wanted to say. Wait, and I'm saying that you're wait, and I'm not saying that you're only cute right now either. You're cute all the time. What? No. That's not what I was trying to say, but you really are awesome, Benio. It's amazing how hard you've worked. Thank you. Huh? I'm also gonna talk about acceptance right here, but I'm gonna keep reading for a quick second. For living and coming back to me. Thank you. Roku. Wait, it won't wait. The barrier is cracking. It won't maintain long. The humanization spell Chinu cast upon me is a powerful technique that I can only release temporarily. It will disappear when you awaken as soul. When that happens, Chinu's humanization spell will disappear completely, and I will return to this impurity form with a body that can only survive in Magano. Damn. Wait. Oh no, right here. I'd like to ask one thing. If you go back to being an impurity, do you still get hungry? Huh? Yes, not as much as when I'm human, but a bit. You don't. Wait. You don't say. I see. Do you get sleepy at night? Yeah. Do you go to the bathroom? Yeah, I do. And obviously, you can also take a bath. So then, can you also have kids? That's funny. And then she smacked him on the face for that. All right, before I keep reading, one thing I like about this manga, outside of like the build up to the romance, is this part right here. No, I guess it's this entire conversation as a whole. Because what you can take from this is, and I've read this like on like Instagram comment sections, you know, to be loved is to be accepted and to be understood, right? So she's unveiling probably the most like, I don't want to say cryptic or like the most hidden or the most unacceptable part of herself by like her societal standards within Tsuchimikado Island. Yet she's showing him this because she loves him and she wants his acceptance, and he accepts her because he loves her, right? So like to be loved is to be understood and to be expected. And I wait, to be loved is to be understood and to be accepted. And I feel like this manga, especially like at this point, is really displaying that concept pretty well. I'd say so, especially for like what this is literally supposed to represent, and in terms of her being an impurity and her being not seen as acceptable because of she's an impurity, right? You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I feel like that's like a good takeaway from this as well. I'm getting real introspective in this stream session. Y'all never heard me talk this much. All right. Okay, so she smacked him right here. Now wait. Now's not the time to be making weird jokes. It wasn't really a joke. Still, since the Miko cannot be born unless both twin stars are both twin stars awaken, I don't think having a child would be impossible. Well, in that case, everything's gonna be okay. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm not saying we should break up if you can't have kids or anything like that. He's so real for saying this too. I know. So basically, this means we can go on as usual. You and I. We can be together as if nothing's changed. You see what I mean? Accepting what's happening, not seeing it as anything different, right? Real nigga. Road are one of the realest niggas out there. This might be top 5 manga for me right now. Of course, there are things that will definitely change. You become Luna, and I'll eventually become Soul. Not to mention, we'll both get older and become old and wrinkly before long, but my feelings toward you will never change. That's the same as always. We need to That's the same as always. We need to treasure, right? I'm not sure if I like the way this is sentenced. This is a cool panel though. I like this. They cry together, they kiss. She watches him sleep. I see her smile. We see her pull him. Wait, no, him pull her. We see them fight together. See them stand side by side. He's such a real nigga. Rokuro, you see, and then now she feels the full weight of his acceptance, and all she can do is cry in his arms. Very reasonable, very understandable. I think they're portraying this well. My feelings too will never change ever. We'll stay the same as always. We'll stay the same as we've always been forever. That's like the chapter, I think. Title, I think. Yeah, I'd like that a lot. If there's a cruel fate waiting for us, we'll just need to take it on with everything we've got, together. Yeah. Chinu, back then you said everything I had built would crumble away once I learned the truth, but I'm certain it won't turn out the way you imagined. I will never ever lose my love for Rokuro. Not now, not ever. On her Bakugan shit. Let me stop. What? You're going back to the Tsuchi Mikado house? Fuck. Uh-huh. Arata-san and the other heavenly commanders advised me to, given that there is much to learn as the next head exorcist. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't stay as a branch member. It's all good. This is something only you can do, right? If you're gonna do it, then you better become an even greater head exorcist than your old man ever was. And Madu. It was only for a short time, but thank you for all your help. I'll never forget the kindness you've shown me. Me personally, if I was him, I would have gave Rokuro and the rest of my niggas the same training. Like, I get we were trying to make sure Rokuro was strong, but bro, like, I think we should all have Shikigami, bro. Like, these niggas need some Shikigami too. Like, these niggas are bums, bro. I need these niggas to be strong too. So like him personally, I would have had him also help them the same way he is helping me. But that's just me. Let's keep going though. All right, nice little hug. Now he's leaving. I think I've always been afraid to change, but there is an abundance of meetings and farewells in this world. Everything changes, facts. There are a few things that don't, also true. Meeting someone always ends with a farewell, similar to how all life eventually comes to an end, facts. Hey, over here. What the fuck? Oh. Yo, the drastic shift in tone is crazy, bro. We went from like this little sweet little like introspective vibe. We get the little montage of everybody, like we got them in their clothes and she's training and like these like and then we change and it's like, and then what's even crazier is like these panels or like these text box coincide with what's happening here and here, and yet the scenery changes and then we switch vibes and they're like, hey, over here, and then a few scrolls and this girl is dead. That's so crazy. Let's keep going though. That's at the tone shift is wild, bro, and we still got like what, 6 more pages. Hey, over here. My god. How awful. It's the girl from Tagetsuru who went missing. Poor thing. Blown away over the edge because the path blown away over the edge because the path is so narrow around this area. Who killed her, bro? Who killed her? And the fact that they killed her like this is kind of shitty. They couldn't disappear her better than that? Unless they're like supposed to make it seem like she died. I don't know, bro. I think they could have disappeared her better than that. That's just me though. And then we know she died because she figured out something she wasn't supposed to know. And this is why I said earlier she should have kept it to herself. Now look at her. Now look at her. See, I knew I wasn't tripping when I said that. I knew I wasn't tripping. Alright, come on, Rokuro. Wow. Cold winters are non-existent on this island. It's because we're close to the equator. That'd be worldly knowledge. Here we are. Ooh, very nice. Hey, this is the first time we've come to see the first sunrise of the year together, right? Yes, there is no place on the mainland with a view as close as this. What's important is having the strength in your heart to accept change. Okay, we go back to the tone shift. To walk the path you believe in. As grim, heavy change attempts to draw closer. Okay. His hand empty. She peed. Now they holding hands with it. They so stiff sometimes, it's so funny. The hell? What's up, Lynx? We was getting real introspective on the stream, man. We still reading though, we not done. Oh. Dying battery, might as well tune in. That's funny. Oh, the sky's getting brighter. Oh, what'd you eat, my nigga? Nisama. I will fulfill your wish no matter what it takes. Not in the same way, but with Rokuro, I can overcome any obstacle. I'm sure of it. Always. Okay, we scroll and they're older. So is this canon? Is this like them going from being like what are they, like 16 here? And like actually older here. Yup, daybreak has arrived. Happy New Year. I'll be counting on you again this year. Yes, like always. Oh, she got a different eye patch too. But yeah. I think I like this hairstyle more, but like this definitely fits her more mature look. Since the time I began my life together with Rokuro on Sushi Mikado Island, 4 years have passed. Okay, so we had a 2-year time skip and now we have a 4-year time skip. Yeah, okay, see? Rokuro and I are 20 years old. I think I like the way this series does time skips. I think so. I think I like the way we leap ahead years, but it doesn't feel like we're leaping ahead years and we're missing important information, right? Especially because the gap in time, at least for the last time skip, we are focusing on how they've grown stronger over the gap, as opposed to sort of what the world is what has been happening with the world in that space and time, as opposed like with Ordeal, where a large gap in time leaves us wondering what happened with the world. It feels like specifically the last time we're not really asking that question because it's not a grander concern. And even right now, it's not that much of a grander concern because like the main or bigger threat up until this point has already been dealt with. So now we're just kind of questioning this series as a whole and what direction it's gonna go in, if that makes sense. But I do think I like the way this series does time skips more than how Ordeal does time skips, if that makes sense. Especially because these are bigger leaps in time that show the characters progressing through age and not just simply the story skipping ahead in time, if that makes sense, right? Because when the series starts, they were, so let's see, 20, this is 4. So they should have been 14, right? And then we skip ahead 2 years, now they're 16, and then we skip ahead 4 years, now they're 20. So it's like we get to see. It's like we get to watch them grow up, whereas Ordeal's a different type of time skip where it's like the time skip in Ordeal is just used to progress the story forward in time without the actual skip mattering, I guess, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. I don't know. I might be talking to my ass. Anyway, they look good here. But I will say I like the way this is done in like the panels and like the way it's drawn. Like we see them as 16-year-olds and now we see them as 20-year-olds. Yeah, like now we see them as 20-year-olds. I do like the way they're doing that, and I like that this implies that they've been doing this every year up until this point, right? If that makes sense. Very good. The place I went to was called Season 56. It was too upscale to have fried. Unless it's fries, I think. I had a rainbow trout. Well, damn, bro. Damn, you ain't gotta flex on me like that, nigga. You know I ain't never had no rainbow trout. Okay, so this is likely a Magano, and that's, I forgot the name of this Basara. The Exorcist finally reached the 7th station of their invasion of Magano. What a shame. However, since Sakanashi's whereabouts currently remain unknown, so apparently he's not dead, I guess, I have no reason to not make mischief. So, this calls for limitless carnage and cataclysmic festivities. In other words, it's party time, you know? Okay, so basically, I'm assuming this is a girl who's aged up now, after 4 years. So, this basically sets it up as like, this lets us know what's been happening within the 4 years, and I feel like that's also something Ordeal's kind of missing. Kind of. Like a small bit. And when I say that, I mean, if we take season 3 as an example, we know what the characters were doing in the span of the 8 months, like the main characters, but we don't know what the world was doing in the span of that time, if that makes sense. Whereas this lets us know within the last 4 years, the Exorcists have been invading Magano, and at least from how this is implied, she hasn't really done much because Sakanashi is nowhere to be found, um, assuming he's still alive. And so now, because it's been at this point that they've invaded so far, or they're at like the seventh. Um, wait, hold on. This is the Japanese counter for hiking mountains. First station is the starting point. 10th is the summit. Okay, yeah. So, or in this case, the deepest layer in Magano. So, yeah, so basically that because the Exorcists have been invading so far, it seems like she hasn't actually done anything for those past 4 years, but it's set up that she hasn't done anything because she doesn't know where Sakanashi is. And so now that she's come to terms with not knowing where he is and she's kind of okay with that, now she can just go, well, fuck it. If he's not going to come back, I get to do whatever the fuck I want. Like, let's have a party, right? And for her, a party is likely murder, right? Murder. But this is a good way to, like, even though it's small, it's a good way to showcase what has been going on over the large span of a time, over a large span of time, right? Whereas I feel like Ordeal, it looks more so at what specific characters have been doing, but even then, it's like we kind of get the gist. Like, we already knew them niggas was going to train anyway, so like, is it really? It's like not a surprise to us. Whereas we also don't really see what the world, what has been happening with the world, or like what the grander cast of characters have been doing, or like the grander factions have been up to. But I think the way Brent seems to imply he's focusing more on world building at the start of the series, I think we're gonna get that, and I'm kind of hoping, at least if we do like yearly skips, like if season 6 is supposed to end by the inverse year of 2029, I do like, or I would hope that we kind of get some inklings as to what happens in the grander world, or with, you know, certain characters when we skip from 2027 to 2028, if that makes sense, right? But I think this is like a good sort of blueprint to focus on, right? And I'm not entirely sure if I have something like this in my own writing. Cause this is what I would consider small, whereas what I'm doing is would be considered big. Whereas I not only lay it out, but I basically let the events speak for themselves as a whole, right? So I have like a, how do I want to say it? I have like a checkpoint area where what would be considered the end of season 3, and then I have what would now be considered season 4 start, like the official post time skip start, right? And then I have like 2-year gaps for certain characters that explain what they've been doing over like the course of 2 years before we get to like the official season 4 post time skip point, right? But I actually go in depth on what each character does over the course of those 2 years, right? Or I should say each character that I focus on, right? As opposed to kind of just making like statements like this where it sets up what's been happening over the course of the 4 years, and it also directly explains why the opposition may not have been a bigger problem in that, right? If that makes sense. I don't have something like this, but I do think this is something Ordeal could use more of, or could showcase more, if that makes sense. I think season 3 would have been a good way to like, or would have been a good point to show this, right? In my opinion. But I could be tripping. Anyway, I hope Brent is in his bag for season 4. Yeah, man. You and me both, bro, because I feel like I've been talking about season, or I should say, the way I've been talking about Ordeal, you almost might think I don't like it. You almost might think I don't fuck with it. But it's because I fuck with it so heavy that I just gotta talk about it the way I do, because I'm just really hoping more from it, bro. You know? An expression of uncontrollable desire for the center stage. In short, the fun starts now. Yeah, she's literally saying like, I ain't been doing shit, but now I'm finna start doing shit, right? You know what I'm saying? That's basically what she's doing. A new threat emerges. What will become of the world? I also like that even before we got to this point, we kind of already had her set up as a villain, basically. If this is the same little girl that we saw, which it should be, I do like that there's already prior set up to what this is. And then again, I just really like how this kind of ends off the chapter as a whole, right? And I do like, again, like I said, but even before that, I like the way the series does like time skips, and especially when it's done specifically with these two. I like the way it's drawn out and shown for us, and that it's almost seamless as to how much time is said to have passed. Like the way they are said to have to be much older than they were, and how much time actually has like passed since what would be considered this moment that we basically were initially at before we skipped ahead to this moment. But anyway, I also, man, I really do like the way this looks. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going now. Too much glaze. All right, chapter. What the fuck is this? Special story. Do I want to read this? I don't think so. Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. Hold up. I mean, 25 pages? Gosh. Do I want to read this, chat? Oh, fuck. I think I might have to. I think I might have to. 77. Alright, let's read this. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to stop at 678. I think I'm supposed to stop at 78. I think out of everything I have to read this one. Suppose that video I upload doesn't have more comments. Here. People who expect a level of quality from a series will give time to critique it. Yes. Yes. 79. Fuck. We're gonna have to cut this one a little short, gang. I'm not gonna lie to you. Well, I might stop at 77. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing a whole lot of yapping. I'm gonna leave that open though. Alright, I think it's actually really important that we read this. Special story, Shooting Star. Who are these two individuals gazing upon the star, or the starry sky? Alright, let's lock in. Subaru, Altair, Venus, the most admirable stars. If only there were no shooting stars to come visit us at night. Sure. When it comes to stars, Subaru, Altair, and Venus are the best. Shooting stars also have their charm, though they would be better if it wasn't for their tails. That's funny. Back in the past. My lord, must we really travel all along this path? It is rumored that Suzaku... Does that say Boulevard? Boulevard? Is being haunted by the Hyaki Hagyu, nightly possession of 100 demons. That fucking sucks. Don't be absurd. Hurry and get a move on. And then some shit happened. Good grief. Can you be a little more careful? And then they're all dead. They're all dead. Everybody, the bull got his head cut off. Yeah, all their heads are off. His whole torso from the waist up is gone, and then his head is off. Why did he get the worst treatment? Why did he get his whole body blown in half? What? What on earth is this? 1,000 years ago, demon capital Haiyan-Q? Many years before the emergence of the King of Impurities. In an age where humans and demons coexisted, sure, people were at the mercy of the principles of yin and yang. That is where this story begins. Aha. It all makes sense. I knew this was him. What's up, Sun Wukong? W name? Ashia don't know? Ashia Domendono. Oh, Head Exorcist, sir. Please have a look at this. According to this document, the most effective way to exorcise demons is... I could not care less about that. Damn, why he put so many E's right there? Didn't I ask you to organize the archive? Ah, never mind that. Just go deliver these letters. Of course. Even though I really don't have the time to do this. Oh, look over there. Isn't that Abe no Seime-sama? Abe no Seime. He's a suspicious guy whose mother is said to be a kitsune. Oh, we did see Abe no Seime's mother too. It's crazy that even back then they thought this was a dude. It might show what's the word I'm looking for? It might show that like a societal thing. Like that being a girl would be bad as opposed to it being a boy, which kind of makes sense for the time. Anyway, seems like the great exorcist Kame no Kadayuki Sama took him in as a disciple. But why him? Well then, even killing people is simple when using Shikigami. Indeed. Wow, they're suddenly picking a fight. Killing people with that is simple, you know. Care to give us just one demonstration? I would, but there is no method to restrict the dead. Then how about trying it on that toad over there? How cruel. Now, okay, she took a leaf off the thing, blew it onto the froggy frog, or the toad's back, and then it fucking died. Ugh. Are you convinced now? If not, should I test it on a person next? Oh yeah, W Aura. That will do. Let us be off. Pussy. Whoa! Whoa, you just restored to life. How you did that? Ah, that scared me. The toad's entrails are turning into lumps of dirt? Did he just make it look like he killed the toad, but instantly replacing it with a fake? Oh, wow, I read that horribly. By instantly replacing it with a fake? Okay, W Vision. Aren't you smiling? Why am I getting so worked up? As if I'd lose to that prick. That's so crazy. Just you wait. The exorcist whose name will be made famous all throughout the capital, no, throughout the whole world, will be none other than me, Ashia Domen. This is important because we learned about them earlier, so I feel very obligated to read this instead of skipping it. This kind of like when Brent would do like little, more so season 1 type vibes, when he would do like looks into the past, you know, like he did for Thanos, not Thanos, when he did for Cain and Leo, right? This is kind of that same vibe. I should say it's exactly that same vibe. Okay, isn't that Amino Seime? Where's he going? Is he off to see a girl? Or maybe to some secret training ground? The more I learn about my competition, the better. Damn, that Seime. Where did he go? Clothes up there? Are these his clothes? And you're caught. She kind of look like Oddish, you know. Yep, nervous. What? Sorry to bother you. A woman? But that can't be. Abe no Seime is a woman? Can it? Oh, hell no. You saw, didn't you? She's here. Imagine you see something you're not supposed to see and you run away on some like nervous, I'm not supposed to see that shit. And you turn around and they're right behind you like it's a like it's an indie horror game. Cause that's actually terrifying. I knew it. She wouldn't dare chase me into the capital. Whoa, it's nightfall now. And this road is... Kya, help, please help me. Demons. There's a horde of terrifying demons coming. What? That's right. This is Suzaku Boulevard. Oh, fuck no. I know teenagers who would put these niggas to shame, though. Shout out my OCs. Real dogs. The The Hyaki Yagyu? I'm pretty sure that's how you say that. Don't let me die. Please don't let me die. Calm down. You need to hurry and get out of here. And she's already fucking cooked. Look at her. Her skin's literally peeling off her body. I can't tell if she's dying or revealing her true form. Oh, no, she's for sure dying. She's screaming, help me. Oh, that's so unfortunate. What? And he's also screaming in response. And, oh, wait, she might have been a demon. Hold up. She just got exorcised. You're Abe no Seimei. Okay, do some cool shit. Do some cool shit, lady. Now put your finger in front of your face and hit a 100 demon exorcism. What's up, Faceless? So you hit 3 words, wave your cool ass arm with your fan in your hand, and all the demons died, huh? That's how much of a badass you are. She's her. How it's as if she's dancing. How beautiful. Whew, good grief. Now, let's see. Are you hurt anywhere? My voice said hola. I don't know why that's funny to me. Don't touch me. Those demons were mine to kill. You didn't have to get in the way. I could have exorcised them myself. Is that so? Sorry about that then. Okay, she kind of like cool and chill a little bit. So, why are you pretending to be a man? I would ask her the same question. Yeah, press her ass. After my father realized the strength of my enchanted powers when I was born, it was decided that I would be raised as an exorcist with a duty to the world. Honestly, if I was raised as a girl, I wouldn't have the time to balance love and putting on makeup and training. That's funny. Only my family, my master, Kame no Tadayuki-sama, and my senior, Kame no Yasunori-sama, know about me being a girl. If you tell anyone about this, I will not hesitate to twist your testicles off. What's up, Nora? This is a crazy threat. I've been threatened like this before. I don't want to get into that though. But it wasn't the same threat, but just know when she said what she said to me, she didn't make this face, but that same demeanor was behind those eyes, I could tell. 'Tis the work of a man-eating fiend. Putting that aside, I've always wanted to try talking to you. Why? Huh? The eccentric who devoted his life to studying magic arts, Ashia Dono. A kindred spirit who aims to attain the cultivation of yin and yang philosophy. Let's both do our best. I like this origin story. Oh, I'm sure, Latina Chaser. Yo, relax. Relax, bro. You're supposed to just leave that in the air. You're supposed to leave it in the air. You didn't have to get, like, even slightly specific. Relax. I don't plan on making friends with anyone. I won't lose. I definitely won't lose to her. Did you see it, Domin? It's a big shooting star. A courting star, huh? The Japanese spelling for shooting in shooting star, yobahi, can also be read as wanting to court a woman or sneaking into a woman's bed. Wow, so many translations. This nigga said my fault and then put the flag in chat. I'm so glad y'all can't see that on stream. They're not even gonna be able to see it back when the stream uploaded too, because for whatever reason when the chat break. Wait, will it show up? Will it show up? If for whatever reason when the chat break, I don't get the live replay, so you know. My phone hasn't been on D&D this whole time. Anyway, yeah. Not courting. I always thought it was kind of interesting how words in Japanese and maybe even other like Asian languages can have like such like drastic translations to where you can kind of make these type of connections, like obviously the shooting star translating to a courting star is obviously supposed to somehow translate to like him and her. But I think that's always been kind of interesting, right? It makes especially like manga and like whoops and like related stories like that a little bit more interesting and like introspective as a whole, you know. Okay, where was that? According star, huh? I have no interest in stars that fall for matters of the heart. Those don't sound like the words of a stargazer. Oh, I read that horribly, but he said this and then she said that. Do you not have the slightest appreciation for anything, Doman? Courtship is when a man goes to see a woman, but that night, you're the one who completely stole my heart. With your voice, your eyes, and your smile. You talking about when she saved you? Nigga fell in love. So you hiding your feelings. Okay, got you. What did I say? Haruko? Oh, fuck no. Well, this must be like at the end of their lifetime. Say, Haruko, I want to hurry home and talk about magic arts with you again. Haruko? The nigga change his name? So this is the king of impurities. This is her being sealed, and you can tell it's her because it's the same hairstyle. And this is him older with the the more impurity oriented shit that we learned of earlier. Wait, one word with like 50 meanings? Facts. Like when I did the review of Kirito's name, you had to like split it to like get the proper like depth, not depth, but like the full meaning of like why his name can be kind of relevant, you know? Crazy. Okay, there is one other meaning behind Yobahi. To pursue someone, to never stop calling out for them. To yearn for them so much that even after your body is left behind to perish, your heart transcends time for them. Your soul cries out for them. Damn! Her mouth did not have to be open like that. And surges toward that beloved someone like a star, shooting across the sky. You see what I mean? You see how they made that connection right here? You see how they made that connection right here? So not only did they connect it to him and her, they connected it to these two. Especially because they essentially reincarnate. Well, that was interesting. I'm kind of glad I read that, but it wasn't that important, but it was still interesting. Okay, a new arc. So this is gonna be when he wakes up as Soul. Okay, brown skin, and what's her name? Brown skin Benio. She Japanese, but she Indian right here. Hello. Let me stop. That's funny. That's funny. Oh yeah, because Kirito cut and some other shit. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was too. I don't remember, but it was definitely it was Kitty, which was a cut. I don't remember the other one though at all. Not even a little bit. Actually, let's go look at it real quick. Let's go look at it if I can find it. What review is that? Oh, it should be this one right here. Right here, Konos has a second health bar. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find it. Kofi, Konos. Oh, look right there. Bam. Too easy. Okay. I think the video audio last time was really short, so or not really short, really low. Not too sure. Let me turn my headset on. I'm not gonna lie, this a W visual. Like, of course, Brent drew this, but like the way it just look on the screen. Wait, I want to do it like this. This shit clean. I wonder who made this video. Oh, let me turn this up, and then let me also like turn this up a little bit, and then this should be right here. Okay, bam. Excuse you.
Before we look at Konos, let's take a quick look at the Reaper. We found out his name is actually Kirito. While this name has fictional origins, the root part of it, which is Kiri, can come from the Japanese word of kiru, which means to cut, and that action is heavily associated with what Kirito has been doing in all the episodes he's displayed his talent in during this season.
Hold up.
It should also be noted that his name follows a sort of trend as it was talent in during this.
W collage. That's a W collage. Shout out CapCut. This is a W collage. I was able to include every panel I wanted to right here. This is so fire. Okay, so the last part I didn't give any like importance to, but
season. With what from the Japanese at Konos, let's take a quick look at the Reaper. We found out his name is actually Kirito. While this name has fictional origins, the root part of it, which
I should have made this come in sooner. This came in too late. I don't like that.
Is Kiri, can come from the Japanese word of kiru,
because Kirito comes from that damn anime and the manga. What is that shit called? With the people that got stuck in the game, Sword Art Online. There it is. That's where this originates from, I guess. And then I looked that up. Kiru could be from, or Kitty could be from Kiru, which means to cut.
Which means to cut. And
right.
That action is heavily associated with what Kirito has been doing in all the episodes he's displayed his talent in during this season. It should also be noted that his name follows a sort of trend as it would fall under what could be considered a Heart Clan name, with Masato, Nico, Sabito, Yukiko, and now Kirito.
This is some fucking W editing. This is some W ass editing. I know like the collage part, like this is like a pre-made image, right? Like I took this into CapCut and I put these images here. I upscaled them, of course. That's why they're like visually more appealing, especially like this Nico image, right? But like the way I did, like I took the text bubbles and then like had them like go up with the names as I said them. Oh my gosh, beautiful.
All have a clan.
But this guy kind of knows what he's doing. This guy knows what he's doing.
A sort of trend as it would fall under what could be considered a Heart Clan name, with Masato, Nico, Sabito, Yukiko, and now Kirito all having the same O ending. Exceptions to this would be Shay, Kaguya, and Private Johan. For Shay and Kaguya, their name difference can come from the fact they do not have the Heart Clan traits, and while Shay's name was given to him by Ilios, Mei was going to name him since he was not born with the same traits as his father, and this is exactly why Yukiko has the name she does, as she shares the same traits as Sabito. Kaguya could be a similar case to Shay, but this also brings more into question who he and Sabito's mother is, as she would be the reason Kaguya does not have his family's traits.
Right, the bum ass nigga saying. Brief intermission on the reading. Side note, given Mei's statement about naming Shay, this can also mean that since Kaguya wasn't born with the clan traits, his mother would have been the one to name him. Oh yeah, because I didn't explicitly say this moments ago, so I felt it was necessary to add it right here as an additional statement. Okay.
Private Johan is actually an outlier to this conversation as we don't know what his first name is, and since we know he's a Heart Clan member, his last name of Johan is actually fake and likely something he gave himself to hide his identity. Kirito is the reason.
I'm not gonna lie, that's such a W connection. This guy really knows what he's talking about.
Know what his first name is, and since Johan is Private Johan is actually an outlier to this conversation as we don't know what his first name is, and since we know he's a Heart Clan member, his last name of Johan is actually fake and likely something he gave himself to hide his identity. Kirito is
wait.
The reason we get a lot of information.
Alright, I'm gonna leave it right there. I will say right here live, I was very close to missing the point I just made right here for him. I was very close to missing this point. I don't know what it took for me to go like, oh yeah, his name shouldn't even be Johan. But like, or I should say, yeah, his name shouldn't even be Johan. And on top of that, we don't even know his first name because Anderson, Khalifa, and Johan should all be their last names. Going off that sort of military type of relation where your last name is kind of is more, I should say, your last name is more of your identity than your first name is, if that makes sense. But yeah, a W points. This guy really know what he talking about. Also, again, this was a W visual right here. Like,
could be considered a Heart Clan name, with Masato, Nico, Sabito, Yukiko, and now Kirito all having the same O ending. Exceptions.
that's just a great visual, man. I did my thing right there. I did my thing right there. Let's get to this reading though. All right, we're on chapter 77. Chapter 77. All right. Let me drink some water real quick. Oh, hold on. Let me change that. Go back to the background music. Bring that back in. Press play on that. I don't know how I feel about this background music, man. I'm gonna let it rock though, because I don't have any other options right now. So, well, that's not true, but anyway. Oh, I almost drowned myself in that water. 2 large sips. 2 large sips, man. Should have slowed it down. All right. An island located 250 miles to the south of Honshu, Tsuchimikado Island. The massive force field gate to the northeast of that island, the Great Black Torii. I think this series has given me a somewhat nice appreciation for Torii gates. I also have in my own story like an art piece, like it's like an art museum that has Torii gates related to it. So there's also that. I feel like I want to see more Torii gates, or maybe I want to see a Torii gate in real life. I've been playing Forza 6, and like there's like a thing where you just kind of like do like a drive around the map, and like one of the roads you see a Torii gate in like the water, right? That was kind of cool to see. And considering I'm a weeb, I was like, oh my gosh, that's a Torii gate while I'm driving my car. But I do think like I know we see like I think we see Torii gates with like Hashirama, I think. So I think a Torii gate related talent would be kind of cool. I think that'd be kind of cool. Maybe like a void warp type of talent, maybe like a creation type of talent, depending on what it does. Thoughts? Should I make that? We'll see. We'll come back to the idea. I'm gonna put a pin in it. And the world located beyond that gate, Magano, where the 1,000-year battle between the yin and the yang rages on. The Kagare are still on the move. This force field has been nullified and eroded. Damn, she massive. The fifth line of defense has been breached. We can freaking see that. Enough with the reports. Get moving. That's funny. Okay, he got a bow. That bow. No string, by the way. There's no string here. Just pure energy with the arrow. Again, she's massive. He about to get hit, but he ducked out the way. And this dude's getting grabbed up. You better lock in, bro. The symbols on their eyes are kind of cool too, though, low key. Anyway. I wonder who they are. They're just like randoms. Hang in there. Was it Meiji Kanaya? Yeah, Kanaya? I can't fight anymore. You have to escape while you can, Captain. Don't give up. Oh, look, that boy getting gripped up. That boy getting smushed. And now it's their turn. Yep, fat ass baby finna grab him. Playtime. Oh, psych. I think that hand just got cut off. Was that? I'm assuming that's supposed to say sorry to keep you waiting. Yeah, here it is. Sorry to keep. There's not even a U. Oh, here it is. Sorry to keep you waiting. Anyway, that's evil creatures who emerge from Magano to do evil in our world. The Kagare. There are those who fight these ghouls of yin by wielding the power of yang, and they are known as Exorcists. Okay, I kind of like how they reintroducing the concept after kind of in air quotes being gone for a while. Is he doing this with no whatchamacallit? He doing this without using his gauntlet type, his gauntlet thingy? His charm? That boy done got stronger. Okay, he didn't hit him with I think these are pressurized beams. They might be something different now. Oh wait. I think this was a charm beforehand. I don't actually remember. Look at how this looks, bro. Gosh. Wrong people see this, my shit copywritten and taken down. Look at the beam right here, straight through the head. Okay. He clean with it. He's age 20 now. Are they fusing? Oh yeah, they merge into one. Getting fatter won't defeat me, and then it fucking burst. Oh, she's still clean as hell. Oh, no more black mask though? That black mask was so fire. Hey, you did it again, Benio. Hey, Benio. You bogarted my prey. This is no time to complain about first dibs. Benio Adishino, age 20 as well. She always been clean to me, I can't even lie. Whoa, look at the lady right here. The Twin Star Exorcist. If you don't want me to exercise them before you, why don't you write your name on them? That's funny. As if I could. Captain, they are right. They come for us. The Twin Star Exorcist. Oh, she done got pissed. I think I might have seen a yokai, or read about a yokai like this lady, now that I'm thinking about it, but who knows. Okay, she's screaming in frustration and anger. Oops, we missed one. She looked crazy as hell. You're serious about this, aren't you? Gotcha. Then I'll get serious too. This has to be a charm because he don't got the whatchamacallit on. I feel like he had this last time though. Like I feel like we saw this earlier in the initial time skip. He finna hit a gold smash, but she came and stole his kill again. Blew her shit to smithereens. Look. All this gone. Just one kick gone. What the? Hey, you did it again. I don't have time for this. I missed the black mask, but I like the way it disappears. This is fire to me. This will always be fire to me. It's given like Black Panther vibes. I should say, I guess it's just more so giving like nanotechnology vibes. Yeah, I think that's a better descriptor. I don't have time for this. A special sale at the supermarket starts at 5 p.m. Yeah, but what am I supposed to do with this power fist now? That's funny. Not cool. I feel sorry for him. The final battlefield between the Exorcist and the Kagare is Tsuchimikado Island. And here on Tsuchimikado Island, the most famous Exorcist couple of all. The Exorcists have long awaited the birth of the greatest exorcist, the prophesied child, who, it is said, will exorcise all the Kagare and bring an end to Magano. Rokuro and Madu and Benio, oh my goodness, and Benio Adishino, these two, the Twin Star Exorcists, they are the ones destined to produce the prophesied child. This thing depressed, but she's still clean as hell. Tokyo, Tsuchimikado Island, Tsuchimikado Town, Umehatsu District, and Madu main family, Rokuro and Madu Manor. Oh, okay, that boy done upgraded. They done upgraded. Oh, they live in large now. This is not what the house looked like before. They live in large now. And you also got to see it says main family. So that means he got some branch family houses somewhere around there too. They done got hella bread. Okay, she whipping it up in the kitchen too. Because she used to be a bad cook, so she really locked in over those 4 years, huh? Bon appetit. This looks fire. You got the rice. Is this what? I want to say this is steak, but it could be a fish as well. I like whatever this is too. I like some sort of stew. Look, yeah, and you know it's fire because he hitting the yum. Oh, looks great. Let's eat. Yum. That's just plain chicken breast. Okay, so it's chicken. That also makes sense. Low fat, high in protein. I love chicken. No racial because I'm black, but I do like some chicken. Huh? But it's so juicy. Have your cooking skills, wait, leveled up again? Is there a secret ingredient? Secret ingredient? The secret ingredient is love. My wife is so cute. This is how I'm trying to be. This is how I'm trying to be for real. This is hilarious. Oh, I forgot to bring the tea. Don't worry about it. I'll get it. No, I'll do it. Eat before it gets cold. Oh man, if she don't look at me like this, she probably doesn't love me. Sigh. I'm so happy. In the beginning, all I got was ohagi dumpling curry, ohagi dumpling hot pot, and so on. It was basically an ohagi dumpling fest, aka the infamous ohagi dumpling incident. That's hilarious. But now that Benio and I have been living together for a while as a twin star exorcist, the title given to the greatest married exorcist couple, actually, the truth is, we're not officially married yet. Okay, so this is when they were, was it 14? This is when they were 16. This is them now. Rokuro and Maru and Benio Adeshino's relationship had its ups and downs when they first met, but after surviving numerous battles together, they managed to settle into a pattern of mutual love and respect. However, although 4 years have passed since they began living together on Tsuchimikado Island, the progress of their physical intimacy has been zero. So they're still virgins. Okay. Well, I mean, that's okay. That's okay. We don't judge around here. Right, chat? Right? Is it okay for me to keep living with her like this? No, it's not. It's time for me to man up. Yeah, lock the fuck in, dude. Seriously. What's wrong, Rokuro? You're like 20 years old and you need to... I'm not gonna finish the sentence, actually. Oh, nothing. You sure? Well, I was just thinking that I need to work harder. I've been relying on you too much at home and on our missions lately. Don't worry about that, Rokuro. Huh? You've accepted everything about me, so I'm the one who's in debt to you. W love and W callback too. It's okay, you just need to be yourself, Rokuro. You don't need to change a thing. Benio, thanks for saying that, so I don't need to... It's not okay, you dope leech, good for nothing, worthless loser. Well, that boy getting verbally accosted. I know them words hurt, because words hurt. You know, sometimes they hurt. Wait, he said, you're gonna get it if you make light of this. I like how they made him big in this drawing, and then they made him small in this as well. Of course, that's what she'd say. What do you expect? You haven't made any progress in 4 years. Wait, because you let nice Benio pamper you all the time. You're taking advantage of her. There, Kinako, calm down, okay? Oh, look at them. They done grown up. They clean as hell. Ooh, he got a nice haircut. She still got that Angry Bird vibe going on, and he got a different hat. But they look clean. Do you have more family members, sir? Big ass house, and you only got 3, in air quotes, kids? Come on, do better, sir. This has 73 pages. Oh, yeah. I'm finna end it right here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm finna end it right after this. Where are we? Okay, to be exact, it's been 2 years since they were old enough to marry. Okay, oh yeah, because, 18, got it. I still think they've made her wait too long, though. I bet she's dying for you to propose to her. Personally, I can't believe that. Personally, I can't believe that you haven't made any progress at all in terms of your night moves. Yo, he talking about night moves like he done it before. Hello? He said, what do you do after dark anyway? Yo, this manga funny, bro. This manga funny. Especially, wait, he says, what? We play card games and do word puzzles, and he says, you're like the author? Is that a,
Is that like a wall break, a fourth wall break? It's kind of funny. After dark. I know what y'all be getting into after dark, chat. I know some of y'all be getting into very naughty activities. I'm looking at the last three names I see. Kleps, Nara. I don't know about Nara. Nara be editing, so he might be too busy for night activities. But I know he be getting down when he has time. And Faceless, I know about you. I know about you. I don't know what links and my nigga Sun Wukong be getting into, but them other three, yeah, I know y'all. I know what y'all get into, or very highly likely are to get into when it's available after dark, you freaky frogs. Anyway, let's move on. Making a baby with the girl you love is the best part of your job description, family head. This nigga is wildin'. Don't call that my job. Besides, I vowed to Ari Mori's father that even if Benio and I have a child, I won't drag it into our battle. Still a real nigga, still remembering things from many chapters ago. He said, what? What? That's funny. You heard me. I'm going to end this war between the Exorcist and Kagari all by myself. Brat? That and you taking forever to ask her to marry you are two different things. I know that. I know. That's why I have this. Whoa, is that an engagement ring? I bought it in secret to surprise Benio. Oh, finally. Looks nice too. How did you know her ring size? I measured the diameter of the finger hole of her hunting gear and extrapolated. Wow, that's some big words right there. Roper will actually use his brain? He said only look at Faceless. Yeah, alright, nigga. I'm pretty sure you're mocking me, but I'm going to keep talking. I know Benio has been waiting for me to propose even though she hasn't said anything. This has nothing to do with the prophecy. This is personal. That's a real nigga. That's a real nigga response. After our next mission together, I'm going to give the ring... Wait. After our next mission together, I'm going to give this ring to Benio and ask her to marry me. Go ask her now. Damn, they rushing it. Give me a little more time to mentally prepare, right? Like, let me lock in mentally before I like do something so big and so crazy first. Damn. Wimpy family head. That shit would hurt my feelings. This is a nice ass bath. This shit futuristic almost. Okay, she reminiscent. Damn, she reminiscent about the time she used to take baths with her mother and father. Yeah. Looking back, remembering, she looked clean here, bro. Switching Mikado Island, Association of Unified Exorcist Headquarters, Tagetsuro. Oh, is that Ari Mori? That boy looking a little clean in the fit. I'm not sure about his hair, but he looking clean in the fit. Rokuro, Ari Mori. Huh? Glasses? My eyesight is going downhill. Must be a family trait, because that nigga daddy wore glasses too. It is? You look more and more like your dad. You think so? That boy 5'6". Oh, he 5'6"? I'm a fish. Oh, I'm taller than Rokuro? W. I think he's 5'1". Too bad you didn't get as tall as him. Yeah, that boy's short. That boy dad was like... Okay, so at 5'6", he was way up here. I'm still growing. He said this bathroom costs at least 3.5 million. That's funny. You're the one who won't be getting any taller because you're already 20, Rokuro. Huh? Did you only summon me here to insult me? This point here. So there are a ton of Kagari there, right? Their spiritual power isn't very high, but there are too many of them. Right, they could cause trouble if we leave them alone. Okay, like that's near the very, very bottom depths too. The problem is, they're very deep at depth 1662. You'll only be able to stay down there for a limited time. On top of that, instead of organizing a team, it would be safer to send just one very powerful exorcist. Exactly. So this is a mission for the Twin Stars. Are you up for it? You don't need to ask. Just point the way and say, "Sick 'em, Twin Star Exorcist." This nigga's so childish. Wait. If you only need one powerful exorcist to solve the problem, why not just ask Tenma or Tatara? Well, actually, they said they didn't want to take this one on because it sounded like an annoying cleanup job.
That's funny. What nerve. Okay, so that means Tenma's doing well too after the 4 years. The platform of the starry heavens, aka the platform. The starry. Wait, that says stairway. This says. Oh, is this supposed to say starry? Anyway, the stairway that leads up to the Great Black Torii, which connects to Magano. The platform, uppermost level, platform of grief. What a name. Emadu family, twin star exorcist reporting for duty. We're happy to see you. He said they're real excited. Go ahead and enter whenever you're ready. Oh wait, I forgot to read this part. I look forward to working with you today. Begin chanting the unlocking spell. I'm not reading that. But you see them chanting while they sit down. It opens up the gate to Magano. They run up them stairs fast as hell. Good luck. Thanks, we're off. Then jumped in. Just about creepy as hell. I'm always nervous when I first enter Magano. I've been on the verge of death many times before, but this time, I'm coming home alive no matter what, so that I can give Benio this ring, and we can become a true married couple. Huh? Why did I bring the ring with me on a mission? What's wrong, Rokuro? Nothing. Nothing at all, really. Why? Why would I bring something so important with me to this dangerous place? No, I remember this morning. I'm going to vacuum the room. Oh, hold on a sec. Thanks, catch you later. So he grabbed the room, he grabbed a ring from the room so she wouldn't be able to see it when she vacuumed. That was close. It would ruin the surprise if she found it. I'll hide it in the first aid kit I take on my missions. So you got some first aid, my nigga? And that's how I ended up bringing the ring with me. I'm such an idiot. It would be a disaster if I dropped it or lost it. And put it back. Rokuro, yeah? It's about to open. This is it. That point where we're getting most of the readings from is the source of the Kagare. Is this a Kagare nest? Hell no. What page we on? Damn, we only on page 34? Fuck. Looks like it. At least this isn't a dangerous mission like a boss or a hunt. I'll end this quickly and cautiously. Let's go. Let's do this, okay? Yep. That boy still only put 2 reinforcements on. Okay, he reinforced himself and she got gone. Look at the way he's running. Why do you always have to go ahead of me? What does it say? Discovered Kagare. Okay. But she noted them. The little nigga screamed. Don't chase it too far. It could be a trap. Okay. One kick and she just sliced them little niggas up. Exorcise demon. Okay. Hey. Why won't you ever listen to me? Go all out. That's funny. Why she all like robotic with it? What's the matter, Benio? A dead end? Whoa. What is this place? Is this the source of the Kagare? No, that's much deeper. We need to pass through here though. It's not going to be easy. It won't. We'd better go back and find a different route. What the? Oh, hell no. Nah. Out here rumbling and bumbling all through the whatever the tunnel, that's what it is. The tunnel. Like now they flooding it. They gotta get out. Then they got pushed out. They're like pachinko dolls. That's funny. I'm sorry. It's all because I went ahead of you. I was reckless. Yeah, it is. Don't worry about it. We'll have to exercise all of these anyway in the end. But don't let your guard down. Even though individually each one of these is weak. Huh? What the? What is that an Exorcist first aid kit? Robbed your ass. No. No way. Come back here, damn it. Huh. Rokuro? He said secret tunnel. That's funny. W Avatar reference. Let's split up. I'll exercise the ones in this hole first. Come back here, you. He sure is enthusiastic today. Ooh. Okay. Somebody aura farming on her? What the? Nothing there. And the weak Kagari have all made a run for it. Them boys scared? Ugh. Speaking of Avatar, y'all remember when my nigga Aang had to go meet Ko the face stealer? This is exactly what this panel reminded me of. My nigga Aang was calm as hell and Ko was all moving and walking all around him, side by side, creeping on his ass. Aang locked in so hard, bro. I probably would have got my face took. I probably would have laughed in the nigga face. I ain't gonna lie to you. So what was that? So what was that spiritual power I just sensed? That shit creepy as hell. Okay, she noticed it, seemed to turn, and she got globba glue, fucking weird ass balls on her hands and wrists. Could this be? Damn, she got. How did that happen? She got snatched up? This nigga creepy as hell, bro. Oh, hell no. Some kind of altar? Oh, I can't believe I passed out inside a Kagari nest. Koa's like my most favorite design from the franchise. That speaks volumes to you as a person, but we'll just leave it there. Me personally, I fuck with Wang Shitong. Fat ass owl who don't fuck with niggas using his knowledge for good or evil. This is kind of nasty, I can't lie. You know, this also reminds me of in Elden Ring when we was fighting Moog and he had them what are they called? Them gray blob niggas. Hold on, it'll come back to me. Give it like 2 seconds. Oh my gosh, I cannot remember the name right now. They're like artificial creations. Some of them don't have legs, and if they're more humanoid. They say my nigga Jiren from Dragon Ball Super looks like it. I cannot remember their names right now. He said, "What's that supposed to mean?" What are they? It's like, does it start with an A? I hate when I forget something, but it's like right at the tip of my tongue, bro. Shit piss me off. Hold on. Let me remember it real quick. Albinaric. There it is. Sorry, I found the answer right as you typed it in chat. But yeah, Albinarics. This remind me when we was fighting Moog and we like went to his little area. They had that Albinaric church session. That's what this looked like, but way worse. Like way worse. Like way worse. This is such a nasty visual. And they like all look at that, but like they're happy and cheering too. These niggas got like a fucking Albinaric king. That's what I'm just gonna call them from now on. These niggas got an Albinaric king. You trying to marry her? A high-ranking entity of the same Kagari species. Oh, you know what else these niggas look like? Y'all ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX? They look like the Ojamas. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Come on. Lock in with me. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. This nigga, he looks like the Ojama King, actually. I see. So the reason these Kagari spawn brought me here instead of killing me is because they wanted to present me my spiritual power to their leader. Dearly beloved, this nigga talking. Do you take this bride to have and to hold in sickness and in health. The fact that they're having her get married to this nigga is so funny because of oh my gosh, because Rokuro was gonna propose. I think that's kind of hilarious. This Kagare's level is high enough for it to be able to speak. It's imitating a wedding. And those accessories it's wearing, are they the belongings of the people it's killed? I do. This is disgusting. He got an arm, a leg, and four heads. Vile. No, not their belongings. This Kagari is using human body parts as accessories. W necklace. He said, yet can't remember Albinarix. Yo, chill. I couldn't remember the name. I just couldn't remember the name. But in my mind, I knew what they looked like. I just couldn't remember the name, bro. Chill. But I even said it started with an A. Chill on me. I was there. I was almost there. I just had to do a little Google search to jog my memory a little bit, but I was there almost. You scum. Now you may kiss the bride. This is disgusting. Do you need my power now? I thought you were good, bro. What the fuck is going on here? I will always be here to answer your call. You are me and I am you. The Kagari princess who rules over all yin energy. Or would you rather die here? Be gone. I don't need your power. Look at her face. Her and her like her personality or her true self like having a disagreement. She done like formed a sort of alter ego of herself on some white shit from Bleach. You know what I mean? Actually, that's exactly what this reminds me of a little bit. Oh, I'm thinking about it. As for you, I'm not marrying you. I will not belong to any of you. I'm with Rokuro and Madu. He did not vibe with that answer. He finna grab her shit. Hold it right there, you. Hey. Did he just break through the ground? My nigga hit a sure you can. Looks like someone's rejected your rose. Rokuro, are you alright, Benio? Where did you find me? I saw that the readings of your spiritual power on the search seal had suddenly decreased, so I took the shortest route back here. He a real nigga for that. They restrained you. Are you sure you're alright? Yes. Are you hurt? Did they do anything to you? Well, that Kagari forced me to look at something really grotesque from close up. He'll pay for that. Oh, he's so real for this. Ugh, look at the way he healed. Or is he like not even healing? Is he just like using them? Did he punch his arm off? No, he didn't. So he's using them as an amalgamation to create a stronger arm? Disgusting. Mano a mano, huh? Okay, yeah. Lock in on this nigga. Bring it on. So does he only use this charm now? He don't got like the gauntlets no more? Because I vibe with the gauntlets heavy. Okay. Nice little punchy punch clash. Extra close combat spell. Punch. Meteor smash prominence drop. What a name. Look at the hole this nigga just blew in him. Gosh. It don't even look like he used that much force either. This is like a I don't know, I'm thinking about this, is like a 1-inch punch type of thing. Where he literally only closed his fist right as they made contact. And it got so much force behind it, it blew his shit off. I kind of like that. That's cool as hell. It feels like this was supposed to be a double spread. Maybe not. I'm not too sure. Okay. Whole arm gone. Oh, you see the force too on the on his back right there? But like it sent that boy flying. Look at his stance. That boy rooted in the ground. He not moving. Roku. There. You're free now. Rokuro. Thank Sai. It's too late. We hardly have any time left in Magano. It's too late to retrace my steps and find the ring now. But at least Benio isn't hurt. That's a relief. Which makes me hungry. I know I'll ask Benio to make me curry tonight. Her curry is the best in the world. Distracting himself, it's funny. Benio? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Roku, for what? I bought you a present, and then I accidentally brought it to Magano and lost it. A present? Is that why you were in such a panic? Yeah. I hid it in my first aid kit, but a Kagari stole it from me, and I lost track of the thief. I'm so sorry. Could that be? Oh, she found it. Oh, I forgot these were the belongings, right? Benio? It's an Exorcist first aid kit, and a relatively new one. Could it be yours? What? How did it wind up here? That high-ranking Kagari you just exorcised, it must have been ordering its spawn to gather things that belong to humans. You're right. This is my kit. Yay, I got it back. Are the concepts still inside? Oh, right. Yep, it's fine. It's still here. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. He's being so intense about it. I'm sorry, Rokuro. For what? If I hadn't rushed ahead, the Kagari wouldn't have stolen your kit in the first place. It's okay. It's okay. It was stupid of me to have brought it here in the first place. Hey, by the way, it seems like you've been in an extra big hurry to complete our missions lately. Why is that? Oh, well, it's because I want to have more time with you, Rokuro. Huh? We only have a limited time together, right? Just like I became the Great Yin, you'll eventually become the Great Yang. And we have no idea what's in store for us after that. So I want to spend as much time as I can together in the real world, instead of fighting in Magano. That's kind of deep. That's kind of deep. Strange. Since when did it all change? You could have just told me that. Huh? That way I would have fought the Kagari at full power, and we would have been able to end the mission a little faster. Yes, you're right. Glad glad that's settled. Actually, there's something I've been wanting to say to you, but haven't been able to yet. I'm going to ask her now. Benio, please accept this ring. Wait, as long as we're still fighting Exorcist, I can't really promise to make you happy, but I want to be with you forever, Benio. Will you marry? Yes, I'd love to. Okay, I don't like how they chopped up my fucking double panel right there, man. This is supposed to be a beautiful double panel. Okay, look at them all nice and cutesy. Seriously? You mean it? I've wanted to be married to you for a long time, Rokuro, and what greater happiness is there than being together all the time? I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I read this shit make me a little mad that I'm single. I can't lie. Should be getting me mad. Should be getting me mad, bro. I can't even lie. But I'm gonna keep reading and act like I'm not pissed off. Here's our report. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Then how come you're smirking? Huh? Oh, that's because you're finally getting married, Rokuro. Secret tunnel. I always knew it would happen someday, but it's still romantic. By the way, when is Junior going to be born? Junior? And now you're starting to sound like your dad. That's really funny. Oh, one more thing. Did the Hall of Eternity detect anything unusual while we were on our mission? Huh? How so? I wrote it up in the report. Benio detected an unknown spiritual energy during our mission. What? We don't know who it belongs to, but she said it felt extremely dangerous. Maybe it was a Basara. But if it were a Basara, the operators would know about it. Have you received any other reports like ours? Nothing so far, but I'll look into it. Thanks. I like that he's the head now, bro. I feel like it really fits him, man. It feels proper. A spiritual power that doesn't belong to an Exorcist or a Kagari? Okay, we transition. Okay, she wearing her ring? Sorry to keep you waiting. You must be tired. I hope it's not too tight. No, it fits perfectly. The boy who, due to his tragic past, had lost all hope of becoming an exorcist, after meeting a certain girl, decided to pursue his dream again. And that girl, after meeting that boy, managed to gather the courage to face her destiny. This is the story of a family, the times that the boy and the girl were together and apart, developed and strengthened their bond, and they chose life. This is the story of the two exorcists and their child saving the world. Why don't we get a bite to eat before we go? Wait. Why don't we get a bite to eat before we go home? If you like, I was planning on cooking curry tonight. Curry, please. Next chapter hits June 6th. All right. Of course, that's not true. Let's get a little sneak peek at the next thing. Can I get a name? All right, so when we return, we're gonna be on chapter 78, Unfaithful, Rokuro, and Madu. What the fuck? Hello? Hey, this better not be no bullshit, man. Little sneak peek. Okay. Okay, so they're getting officiated. What is he wearing? Oh no, I think she's just trying it on. Okay, it's not official yet. Okay. And with that right there, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off stream, man. I've been on here for way too long. Man. I'm gonna change this to 77. Appreciate y'all for coming through. We had some nice little dialogue on the stream, man. I talked about I did a little bit of editing at the start. Literally a little bit though. We barely got into that. And I looked at that theory. Not a bad theory. I just don't think it has as much merit as like you might think, is what I will say. I think it's more so it could be a possibility, but it's not really guaranteed because we don't actually have that many examples. I mean, Shay's kind of an outlier, and you could say Azam works, but I don't really think Azam was actually having his talent be trained. I think that was more so his personal development, but Abijah was training him like to a physical sense, which I think Nara mentioned one time. So, you know, I mean, if I'd say I'd personally like it more if Tevin and Yukigo were kind of training with Elon Jr., but it would be pretty interesting if somehow Minamoto did find his way into like giving, you know, Elon Jr. a hint, or, you know, did at least help to some capacity with his growth, right? I will say that. And then of course we got this reading. I think the chapter we stopped at was actually really good, like a good place to end it. So I'm not actually too upset that we didn't get further, because I was yapping a whole bunch during some of those earlier chapters. Appreciate y'all for showing up. I'm gonna see y'all Saturday. I'm gonna play some Street Fighter, and I'm gonna play some Black Ops 3's zombies though. Does it say zombies? Yes, it does say zombies. I'm gonna play some Black Ops 3 zombies, man. I'm gonna switch it up for y'all. And then probably the following week, I still have to fight Millennia before we get to the DLC, so we'll do that. And then of course next week we'll also read more Twin Star, right? I'm also working on a stream segment to like chop up another one. So, you know, of course, things will slowly be coming out as Sundays come and go. Appreciate y'all for showing up. I'm gonna see y'all the next one, man. Y'all have a nice little Tuesday evening, bro. Have a nice little Tuesday evening. I'm also glad the stream didn't lag and it didn't rain and storm, bro, because like I hate when that happens. Y'all have a good one though, man.